A very good morning from Vojens Motorsport Arena as we are set and ready for the second and final day of the inaugural running of the RMC Viking Trophy. Welcome to everybody watching along on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel. Alex Goldschmidt up here in the commentary position and looking forward to taking you through the racing action as it happens over the course of today's proceedings. Now, yesterday, 15 races took place, but we have 10 more to go. 5 Super Heats and 5 Finals, and it is a winner-take-all event, meaning whoever is confirmed as the race winner, not just on the track, but also once the results have been ratified and confirmed, we will crown our inaugural Viking Trophy winners. So we have 6 respective classes, and the winner in each category will take home the top 3 in each category will take home a special Viking helmet trophy, and our winners in each class will also have the ticket for this year's running of the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy, scheduled between the 14th and the 18th of July at the Le Mans International Karting Circuit, just on the inside of the famed Circuit de la Sarthe that runs the 24 hours of Le Mans every single year. But more to the point, the weather has picked up in terms of the amount of wind that has been crossing over the circuit, and quite a significant amount more than it has been yesterday. So more to the point, the drivers are going to find themselves at some point having a crosswind to deal with, and also maybe even a headwind to deal with. So that is going to really prove to showcase their skills in these tricky conditions. So yesterday with the heats, we had 7 minutes plus an additional lap for Micro and Mini and Junior. For Micro and Mini, and then for the remaining classes for Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters, it was 10 minutes plus an additional lap. But for today's running, we up the ante. Micro, Mini and Junior, they will have 9 minutes plus an additional lap for their respective heats. Super Heats, and then Super Heats for Senior and DD2 Masters will be 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Then when we go to the finals, and the grids will be decided based on the cumulative, the totaling of both the ranking after the heats and the Super Heat results, that will decide our grids for our finals, with 11 minutes plus an additional lap for Micro and Mini. Junior, Senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters will be going on for 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So, looking at the results yesterday for the Micro Max division, well, Kian Hay on the left-hand side of your screens took a clean sweep of victories. 3 wins on the bounce, and Chloe Malling Sorensen on the left-hand side of the number 16 with the KR Sport Cosmic chassis. Chloe Sorensen taking 3 second-place finishes in the One Racing number 17 entry. Adam Dion Asp rounds out the top 3 ahead of Liam Nguyen, the only Norwegian out of the 6 drivers, with Wilads Nielsen and Lucas Bertelsen rounding out the 6 strong. Kian Hay took his most dominant win in Heat 3 yesterday when Adam Dion Asp picked up a penalty during the race, which totaled 5 seconds and kept Chloe Malling Sorensen at bay for pretty much the entirety of the race. And it was a big, big gap. It was a 10-second winning margin for the number 16, who has been racing outside of Denmark quite a bit this year, especially in the B&L Karting Series, the Champions Winter Trophy, amongst other competitions. So the drivers are 90 seconds away from firing up the engines, and then we'll go on to a sighting and a formation lap ahead of 9 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. And it will be the case of making that all-important run down to turns 1 and 2 once we go into the tram lines for the first time. So a total of 25 races over the course of the RMC Viking Trophy. For further information about the event itself, you can head to rmcvikingtrophy.com. So the Micromax drivers will be running on the Mojo C2 dry tyres. And the competitors must be at least 8 years of age in the year of the event to be as a part of this. So the drivers make their way onto the circuit here at Vojens Motorsport Arena, established back in the early 1960s. And here is your starting grid for the first of 10 races today. It's the Super Heat for Micromax and Cian Hay on the number 16 KL Sport entry. Starts from pole position. Chloe Melling-Sorensen in the number 17 for One Racing rounds out your front row. Adam Dion Asp in the number 22 rounds out the inside of row number 2 itself. Liam Nguyen from Norway on the Lando Norris chassis, and the number 25 rounds out the top 2 rows. And completing your grid is the number 11 of Vilads Nielsen and the number 23 of Lucas Bertelsen. So the drivers now go on to their first of 2 formation laps, and then they will then have to get into the 2x2 rolling start formation. And then once everything is all good and the drivers are in the correct positions and within the tram lines, then Series Race Director Dave Ritson, the event race director himself, will let them go racing. And if there's something not 100% to how it should be on terms of the start, then a full start will be called and the drivers will be sent around for another lap of the circuit. So can Cian Hay in the number 16 KL Sport Cosmic chassis continue his 100% success rate? Took pole position in qualifying on Friday afternoon and took the win in all 3 heats yesterday. And once again, we see the gantry just on the outskirts of turn number 2, just by the P1 Bistro, starting to fill up with people looking ahead to the racing that is going to transpire up until we complete our racing action, probably around about close to 3 o'clock this afternoon. So after the Super Heats, we'll then go to the lunch break, and then the action will resume with the finals at 1:20 p.m. Danish time, which will be Central European summertime. So the drivers now into formation as they go over the dip, down the crest, and into the left-hander, which brings them straight into a right-hand hairpin, and then that will bring them into the final sector of the circuit. So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry for the first of 5 Super Heats for the inaugural running of the RMC Viking Trophy here at Vojens, located around about an hour and a quarter south of Billund. So the anticipation builds as we get ready for racing here on finals day. The drivers now making their way at a slow crawl, heading into the final right-hander at the circuit. So for the first time here on finals day for the RMC Viking Trophy 2026, lights are out and we are racing, and a good start by the inside of the front 2 rows. Chloe Melling-Sorensen finds herself having a little bit of a touch with the 25 of Norway's Liam Nguyen, but she's dropped down to 4th position. So Adam Dion Asp up into P2. Looks like Vilads Nielsen in the number 11 might have just made his way up to P3, but Sorensen trying to close the gap as they go over the crest for the first time. A little bit of bumps and undulations coming through out of turn number 4. So over the crest, down the dip, into the left-hander they go for the first time. It's pretty much a line at the moment between all 6 Micromax drivers as we head into the final sector here on the opening lap. And there was an attempt by Liam Nguyen to try and get through on Chloe Malling Sorensen, who in turn is now trying to go through on Villads Nielsen into the last hairpin on the circuit. So through they go. After that one, Cian Hay leads the way ahead of Adam Dion Asp. Can Chloe Malling Sorensen close the gap to Villads Nielsen? Looks like she might get the inside line into turn number 1. That's a nice little move from the 17. Gets up into P3. Nielsen shows his nose to the number 17 as they go into turn number 3 here on lap 2. But here comes Liam Nguyen, the Norwegian, trying to look for a move. The door's open through at turn number 4, and it's wheel to wheel, and the number 11 goes off ever so slightly. Slight bit of a clash between the pair. And Villads Nielsen was very, very lucky to keep that on the tarmac and ends up being behind Lucas Bertelsen, who rounds out the field in 5th position in front of Villads Nielsen. But Cian Hay, after the opening lap, had opened up a gap of 0.8 of a second already. And Chloe Malling Sorensen needs to get through on Adam Dion Asp very, very quickly indeed to try and close that gap down to Cian Hay. First 2 races that Cian Hay won yesterday, the gap between first and second at the checkered flag was around about 3 or so seconds. Is Sorensen going to look for the move here into turn 1 on lap 3? Not quite. Waits and bides time. So we go through into the adversely cambered turn 3. Now into turn 4. So over the crest, and down the dip they go again. Sorensen looking to get through on Dion Asp for 2nd position. And the more times that Dion Asp has to defend and Sorensen tries to get through, that is going to let Cian Hay run away with it all. Cian Hay so far is really starting to get some good pace despite the significant heavy winds outside at the moment. And another new fastest lap by the number 16, 1 minute 7.703. So at the minute, the gap now nearly 2.1 seconds. That is the advantage that Cian Hay has with just under 5.25 minutes to go plus the additional lap. So time is fleeting for the 2 in 2nd and 3rd position. But Sorensen has got to try and see if she can keep the pressure on the shoulders of Adam Dion Asp to try and get through for 2nd place. And oh, well, that looks like we've had Liam Nguyen, the Norwegian, has just had a little bit of a moment and a spin at just at the bottom of the dip coming over the crest. So that would be turn 6. And that gap is really getting bigger and bigger every single time Cian Hay comes out of the final right-hander. Lap 5 now underway. 2.4 seconds is the leader's advantage at the moment. And Liam Nguyen, unfortunately, has dropped down to the bottom of the table. But still, Villads Nielsen and Lucas Bertelsen running 4th and 5th respectively, within about 2 and a bit tenths of a second of each other. So we've got just over 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And Cian Hay just asserting his dominant stamp on this event. So 2-kart battle for 2nd, a 2-kart battle for 4th. But is there going to be an opportunity for either Bertelsen in 5th to get past Nielsen in 4th, or maybe Chloe Malling Sorensen getting through on Adam Dion Asp for that second position. She's right behind him coming out of the final right-hander. They come across the line. The lead gap now is 3.2 seconds. Sorensen still waiting. This is a little adjustment on the radiator flap of Adam Dion Asp's engine as he came out of turn number 2. And this is where we've seen quite a few overtakes over the course of the weekend, where one driver's gone a little bit high through the banking at turn 3, and then someone's just decided to dive up the inside and get the run going through into turn 4. So Kian Hay makes his way through out of turn 7 into turn 8. Still, the two battles are very much interlocked into a stalemate between both respective drivers in each of those battles at the moment. But Sorensen again just getting a lot closer to the back bumper of Adam Dion Asp. Right, kart 17, Chloe Malling Sorensen has just been given a 3-second time penalty for leaving the corridors with 2 wheels, so she's broken formation, and that puts her out of contention for the second place finish, despite the fact she was just about to try and attempt and overtake up the inside of turn number 1 on Adam Dion Asp, who has now bridged a small gap between the pair. So the looks like the penalty has already been applied to Chloe Malling Sorensen. So that is effectively real time that is happening, folks, even though she is right with Adam Dion Asp. But she's got to try and see if she can overtake the number 22 and maybe make some headway and try and pull a bit of a gap, because the more that she gets that chance to do so, the easier it might be. But Adam Dion Asp has been very, very defensive in terms of just keeping it on the racing line. Villads Nielsen and Lucas Bertelsen, they seem to be a little bit more separated now, about 0.4 of a second between the pair. As Chloe Malling Sorensen is going side by side with Adam Dion Asp into turn number 4. Then gets the crisscross. Oh, bit of a sidewall clash between the pair. And the front axle of the number 17 going slightly skyward, heading towards turns 5 and 6. Now into turn 7. After this lap, we'll have 2 to go pretty much. Might be a bit tight on time, but with 18 seconds, Kian Hay, I think, is more than capable of getting that kart across the line. And then we'll head into turn 1, but this could be close. Into the final right-hander. 5 seconds on the timer, left to go. Last lap, so it was just close to being 2 laps to go, but Chloe Malling Sorensen through at turn 1. She goes to the inside. They are literally millimeters apart, and that was a great textbook move, but I think a little bit too late for the number 17. He has that 3-second penalty added. Adam Dion Asp straight away on the counter attack through turn 3. They make a little bit of contact going through out of the corner. So some very, very robust exchanges between the two on your screens as they go through out of turn 5, down the dip into turn 6, into the right-hander here at 7. But Kian Hay has done exactly what he's needed to. Put it on pole position in time qualifying Friday afternoon. And he is 1 race away from taking a ticket to Le Mans later on this year. It is going to be out of the final quarter. The 100% success rate continues. Kian Hay wins the Micromax Super Heat here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. It is then going to be Adam Dion Asp who will cross the line in second position. Chloe Malling Sorensen trying to initiate a drag race, but will end up 9.5 seconds behind based on the 3-second additional time penalty that has been added. And it looks like that she has got more than enough to stay in third position, because Lucas Bertelsen managed to get to P4 in the end, ahead of Liam Nguyen and Vojens Nielsen, who tumbled to the bottom of the order. And there you see the average speed, a little bit different to what we had yesterday. It was more north of 75 kilometres now, but there is a bit of a cross and a headwind for the drivers to contend with. So Cian Hay, your race winner by 6.3 seconds in the Micromax Super Heat, ahead of Adam Dion Asp. And despite the 3-second post-race time penalty for breaking formation with 2 wheels out of the tram lines, Chloe Malling Sorensen rounds out your top 3. Lucas Berthelsen, who started from the back of the field, ends up P4 ahead of Liam Nguyen and Vojens Nielsen, who completes the field as everyone made it to the checkered flag. So after the Micromax Super Heat, we go to our Minimax drivers, and after yesterday's 3 heats, it was Jonathan Falcon Ottersen in the number 119 who would take the top spot in the ranking after heats, ahead of Denmark's August Liggeborg Lingzor, who took out of the 3 heats 2 wins and looks to be a 4th place finish in yesterday's final heat, putting them tied on points, but Ottersen taking the benefit of the doubt because he qualified in 3rd. Tim Hansler, who didn't have the best run in qualifying on Friday afternoon, rounds out your top 3 on 123 points, with pole sitter from Friday afternoon, RS Competitions, Mikkel Gottschalk, ending up 4th, ahead of Leander Ebsen in the Birol in the 168. And they round out the top 5 in the ranking after heats. Let's take you through the starting grid for the Minimax Super Heat, and it's Jonathan Falcon-Otterson that's going to start on pole position. August Lingzo will start on the outside of the front row. And after a good recovery through the heats yesterday, Tim Hansler from Craft Motorsport will line up on the inside of row 2, joined by pole sitter on Friday afternoon, Mikael Gottschalk. Leander Ebsen and Sofra's Billy Jakobsen in the number 168 and the 110 will round out row number 3, with Adrian Olsen in the 146, the 188 of Tor Pedersen, the 125 of Norway's Lukke Feed, and Niklas Konradsen in the number 113, rounding out your 10-strong grid. And wind speed, according to the weather on the live timing, showcasing that it is still to the east, and it's about 50 kilometers an hour, which is about 30 miles an hour. There's a lot of, it's been very, very blustery over the course of today and yesterday. Of course, with the weather front, we saw more sunshine than cloud cover, which was a good thing. But these drivers, as we've had a spin going through into turn number 7, it will be the all-important run down to turn number 1 that could set the tone of what might happen as the drivers will now go through the final right-hander at turn 11. So on to their official formation lap, and once all 10 drivers have crossed the line, then the red lights will ignite on the starting gantry. Once again, the gantry at the outside of turn number 2, very, very full. We've also got all the mechanics watching along, just giving the drivers those little bit of hand signal cues just to tell them, you know, inform them about gaps, so what they need to keep on doing, like saying keep in the slipstream or just keep pushing, move forward. But when you do have a very competitive field, then that's when things sometimes, that's sometimes the case when the drivers do sometimes have to, you know, keep that laser focus and put the racing horse blinkers on. But the drivers now in the 2x2 rolling start formation as they head through turn number 7 and then through into the 90 right here at turn 8 before the 2 last hairpins on the course, turns 9 and turns 10. And this particular part of the circuit, we've seen some great overtakes through on the inside of turn 10, the final hairpin on the course. But it will be Jonathan Falcon-Otterson and August Lingzo who will be starting from the front row of the grid. Keep your eyes on Tim Hansler, the German, in 3rd position in the 114 Craft Motorsport entry. So the anticipation builds ahead of 9 minutes plus an additional lap in this penultimate race of the Viking Trophy here for our Minimax drivers. Out of the final corner at turn number 11. Right, let's see if we can get things underway. First time Vosking, revs up, lights on, and the lights are out. We're green here for 9 minutes plus an additional lap, and it's nearly 3 wide going into turn 1. Lingzo tries to go to the outside of Otterson through into turn 1. Hansler holds station ahead of Gottschalk going through into turn 2. Gottschalk goes to the outside at turn 3 on Hansler, who keeps the tighter inside line. But the battle for the lead, Lingzo looking for the race lead, and that's going to open the door for Tim Hansler to try and dive up the inside. There's a little bit of a misstep from the back end of Mikael Gottschalk as they come out of turn number 4. So August Lingzo down the hill into turn 6 for the first time is your new race leader. And Hansler, who started every single one of the heats yesterday in 10th position, has done himself all the favours in the world by moving up the order, and he's going to try and show his nose to Jonathan Falcon-Otterson in P2 in the 119, who started from pole position. Into turn 10 at the last hairpin on the course. And August Lingzo is going to lead the field out of the final corner and help us complete lap number 1 as the race leader. And it is going to be a bit of a slipstream fest down here into turn number 1. Otterson does not decide to go through. However, Olsen and Gottschalk. Olsen's off the circuit, off of turn number 1 on the exit, and manages to get it back onto the tarmac, heading into the apex of turn number 2. So a very, very good save there from the 146. The top 3 starting to break away ever so slightly. Gottschalk's got to chase them down as we have completed the first minute and a half of this 9 minute plus an additional lap super heat. Very, very mindful of keeping keeping on the racing line as right. Well, that is a spin from Nicholas Konradsen, who was at the back end of the field and has just lost a lot of time in comparison with the other 9 drivers as the leaders make their way out of turn number 10 here on lap number 2. Lingzo leads ahead of Otterson. Hansler in P3. Gottschalk trying to chase them down. Olsen in 5th. And here might come a change for the lead into turn number 1. Before they hit the apex, Otterson's got through, but he goes sideways out of turn 1. And that opens the door, and Tim Hansler says, thank you very much. I'll take that every single day of the week. So change for second position. And Otterson thought he timed it right, and then the kart just decided to drift off to the left-hand side. So the top 4 at the moment covered by just under 9/10 of a second as we are on lap number 3. The leaders make their way through into turn 7. And suffers Billy Jakobsen, who had an incident in one of the later heats yesterday. Ended up driving with one hand on the wheel. Looks to be back to normal operation. With both hands on the wheel this time. And the decision to bring Sofus Billy Jakobsen out of the last heat through a technical flag, just basically on safety grounds, was the right call made, and both of Sofus Billy's parents were very, very grateful of the decision that was made. Obviously, we don't want to compromise safety, not just for the driver that the technical flag was being given to, but also for all the other competitors. So safety is the main priority. But then we could have a change here for 5th and 6th position. So for Billy Jakobsen trying to get through. Adrian Olsen squeezes the 110 onto the grass coming out of turn number 4. But both still keep on pushing forward as they come out of turn number 6 into turn 7. The top 4 last time round after 3 laps were covered by just under 1 second. So for these young drivers to have the opportunity to race at Le Mans later on this year is an opportunity that they all want to partake in. However, when we get to the finals later on, it will be the case of the winner is the one that goes to Le Mans. Lingzo leads ahead of Hansler, Otterson, Gottschalk rounding out your top 4. Looks like Gottschalk's lost a little bit of time, so is Otterson. Tim Hansler last time around was just over 0.2 of a second behind our race leader. So August Lingzo trying to fend off the fast charging advances of Tim Hansler from Germany as they go over the dip through turn 5. It's pretty more like a kink through turn 5, but then turn 6 is more of a left-hander. So again, we've got 4 minutes of this race left to go, plus an additional lap, and maybe with about 2 laps to go before we hit the final lap itself, that's when things might get a little bit interesting. So for Billy Jakobsen again is trying to attempt an overtake on Adrian Olsen. Whether the 110 running with RS Competition might get the slipstream coming out of turn number 11, the final corner. And Jakobsen to the outside here of Olsen. This is very brave for the 110. Can he get the crisscross? Not quite. Olsen cuts off any kind of opportunity to get onto the inside on the racing line, but Jakobsen to the inside here at turn number 3. And Olsen drifts out a little bit wide, and Sofus Billy Jakobsen makes it through with a great overtake through at turn 3, but the favours return at the very next corner. Adrian Olsen gets back through, and that is allowing the 188 of Thor Pedersen on the CRG to start closing on in. And this is also allowing Noise Lukafeed trying to close up in the 125 entry. So first, second and third, Likkeborg Lingso, Hansler and Falcon Ottersen continuing to lead the way, but Mikkel Gottschalk is not as far away as you might think. He still has an opportunity if he decides to go late on the brakes. But Tim Hansler right in the slipstream, dives to the inside here at turn 1. And on lap number 7, he does take the lead for a brief moment, but straight away, August Likkeborg Lingso returns the favour through turn 2. So 2 lead changes in as many corners on lap 7. And here goes Ottersen to the inside of Hansler through at turn number 4. Retakes second place off of the German. So 7 minutes down, 2 to go, plus an additional lap. And with the wind, there is a lot of sand being blown possibly onto the circuit, so the drivers are going to have to be very mindful of that. These conditions are not easy. But our leaders, who are pretty much line astern, so pretty much a straight line between Likke Bollingzo, Jonathan Falcon Ottersen, Tim Hansler and Mikkel Gottschalk, who round out your top 4. They cross the line, complete lap number 7. So 3 laps to go, including this one, and the top 4 covered by 8 tenths. So we've got a yellow flag at post 1. As looks like, well, just briefly looks like it's been retracted. But still, the battle for the race lead continues at a great pace, because August Likke Bollingzo has right on his rear bumper Jonathan Falcon Ottersen. So Adrian Olsen and Sofus Billy Jakobsen have been very, very close to one another, and they have dropped down the order, so it looks like the pair have had a slight coming together, and that has cost them places. 2 laps to go, and August Likke Bollingzo is still leading by less than 1/10 of a second ahead of Jonathan Falcon Ottersen. Tim Hansler, don't count him out, neither Mikkel Gottschalk, as to the inside of turn 3 remains August Likke Bollingzo, but Jonathan Falcon Ottersen tries the over-under, and through into turn 4 they go again. Timer has expired. Next time around, we will have 1.331 kilometers here of this 11-turn circuit left to go. And August Likke Bollingzo holding on by a finger thread, and to the inside of Tim Hansler at turn 7 goes Mikkel Gottschalk. But the German responds at turn 7 and redresses the balance, retakes 3rd position. As they're now going to be heading up to turns 9, 10 and 11 on this penultimate lap. We're on lap 9. So through into turn 11, 1 more lap to go here in the Super Heat for Minimax. And August Likke Bollingzo, can he hold off the advances of Jonathan Ottersen? Ottersen to the inside at turn 1. This time he does still go a little bit wider. And once again, Likke Bollingzo able to redress the balance and retake the race lead. Gottschalk trying to stick his nose up the inside and catches Tim Hansler unawares and takes 3rd position. Wheel to wheel for the briefest of moments as Ottersen trying to dive up the inside here at turn number 4 on August Likke Bollingzo. The leaders are going to be side by side over the crest. Oh, and there's contact between the pair, and that allows Mikkel Gottschalk to go round the outside to take P2. Tim Hansler had nowhere to go and couldn't make the best of it. But August Likke Bollingzo hangs on and stays in P1 as they head through into the final sector of the race circuit here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. And August Likke Bollingzo has weathered the storm, despite the fact of the windstorm that we got round here at Vojens, to hold on to the race lead for so long. So the run here to the final corner, it is going to be the run to the line. Who is going to take the victory here in the Super Heat? Well, after redressing the balance and weathering the windstorm, it's August Likke Bollingzo that wins by next to nothing, by 1/10 of a second. Mikkel Gottschalk takes P2, having started on the outside of the 2nd row. Jonathan Falcon Ottersen and Tim Hansler round out your top 4 positions. And the top 4 at the end of 10 laps of racing, covered by just over half a second. So August Likke Bollingzo takes the victory after just over 10 minutes and 46 seconds, with an average speed of just under 78 kilometers an hour after 14 kilometers completed. Mikkel Gottschalk takes P2 ahead of Jonathan Falcon Ottersen. Tim Hansler rounds out your top 4. Thor Pedersen 5th, up 3 places, along with Lokke Fyd from Norway, who finished in P6. Leander Ebsen finishes 7th, ahead of Sofus Billy Jakobsen and Adrian Olsen, who appeared to have had an incident, and that dropped them down to 8th and 9th. And Nicholas Conradsen, who had a bit of a spin earlier on in the race, rounds out the finishing order. So we now go to the midway point of the Super Heats. This time we turn our attention to Junior Rotax, and it's Finn Albert Jorgensen that picked up a win and 2 second places to put himself on pole position for the Super Heat. Now there are 90 points available for the victory in the Super Heat. So whoever gets that amount is going to be getting themselves towards the sharper end of the field. Andreas Skellerup on the outside of the front row in the 2:53 entry. Picked up a 4th and 2 third places to end up 18 points behind Jorgensen. William Setup-Nielsen, who would have had 3 wins on the bounce, ended up being disqualified in Heat 1 due to a technical non-conformity, and also put it on pole position in timed qualifying. Anton Christensen and Kimi Mai from Germany round out the top 5 in the ranking after the 3 heats yesterday, with Philipp Hansler joint on points with Kimi Mai, but the 250 from Kraft Motorsport qualified 1 place higher, so gets the benefit of the doubt in the starting grid, which will be coming up very shortly, as we're not that far away from the engines firing up for our Super Heat for Junior Rotax here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. So all drivers onto the circuit. Let's take you through the grid for race 18 of the meeting. It's the Super Heat for Junior Rotax. Finn Albert Jorgensen lines up on the inside of the front row on pole position. Andreas Kellerup on the outside of the front row in the 2:53. William Setup-Nielsen and Anton Christensen round out row number 2. It's an all-German row 3 with Kimi Mai and Philipp Hansler. Nie Engström and Niklas Pedersen round out row number 4, with Lucas Sorensen and Fredrik Gustafsson rounding out the top 10. Completing the 17-strong grid will be Christopher Melhus from Norway, Anton Alexander Herger from Germany, Milian Avred Sandvik, William Sorensen, Joris Blöcker, Tim Feldman, and Max Öljölklaus rounding out the 17-strong grid. So the sunshine starting to appear through the clouds. So the wind doing the job it was doing exactly yesterday. There's a bit more blue sky up in the air above the circuit here at Vojens. Temperature around about 9 degrees centigrade. But it is feeling a lot colder than that due to the adverse wind that is around the circuit. So now heading to the final couple of corners. So to the last hairpin at turn 10 before the right-hander at turn 11. And then we'll go on to the official formation lap. For some of the drivers that have come here to compete for an RMC International Trophy ticket for Le Mans, for some of the drivers, it's actually their first time here at Vojens. And I have had a chat with a couple of drivers and mechanics, and they have said that it has been a bit difficult. You know, we found that we've got the pace, but it's the track knowledge. It's the first time coming to this kind of circuit. And sometimes, you know, you go through the setups and try and see what does and what doesn't work, so it becomes a bit of a trial and error situation. The drivers now heading through in towards turn 5 and 6, where the blind crest and the dip is at the circuit. So who will be securing pole position for the Super Heat for the final later on after the Super Heat has been completed and the results have been confirmed and ratified? Well, stick with us and you'll find out live here on the Vojens Motorsport Arena channel. If you're watching along and you haven't subscribed, please do so, because after 10 minutes that will then activate the live chat. So we'd love to hear from you and hear who you are supporting for this inaugural running of this event. So the drivers now slowly making their way through turn number 9. And those wondering about the live timing link, that is pinned at the top of the chat. So the drivers are slowing. The red lights are on the gantry as they will come at a crawl. There is a gap for one of the drivers. So whether Anton, I'm not too sure who that might be. That might be row 2 possibly. Oh, hang on a second. There we go. So into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. We are green here for 9 minutes plus an additional lap as straight away Finn Albert Jorgensen puts the pedal to the metal, comes out of the blocks flying and leads the field into turn 2 for the opening tour of this circuit. Now into turn 3. Some drivers deciding, well, not going to make a move at the back end of the field. There are a couple of overtakes being affected. But Finn Albert Jorgensen leads the way as we go over through into turn 5, down the dip into turn 6. So the double left complex into the right-hander here at 7. And at the back of the top 5, it is now Philip Hansler, who has got past countryman and teammate from Kraft Motorsport, Kimi Mai, who drops to 6th position. Anton Christensen is there, and I think might be in 3rd position, having got past William Stedup Nielsen. But Finn Albert Jorgensen did have some very, very good consistent race pace yesterday, but it wasn't enough to overturn the likes of William Stedup Nielsen. And here we go, change for the lead, and Andreas Kellerup to the inside. Here goes Stedup Nielsen in the 237. So through the opening 2 corners, make that the opening 3. There's a possible dive up the inside by Anton Christensen, who's wearing Vic Stevens' old Dam's Racing race suit. He's going to dive to the inside, possibly of Finn Albert Jorgensen, who's now down to P3, has a little bit of a wobble coming out of turn 4. So with the top 7 completed by Nicholas Bahn Pedersen, they were covered by just over 1.6 seconds, but looks like the top 2 are starting to try and effect a breakaway. And that is going to be Andreas Kellerup and William Stedup Nielsen. Finn Albert Jorgensen rounds out your top 3 with Anton Christensen, Philip Hansler and Kimi Mai rounding out the top 6. Through the hairpin at turn 10 they go here on lap number 2. So can Kellerup get the lead back into turn number 1? This is going to be quite crucial. He goes to the outside. That was very brave from the 253. Then has to slot back into the wheel tracks of the 237, who now leads the race. So across the line, Kellerup was confirmed as the race leader, but Stedup Nielsen had the inside line into turn number 1. They continue to battle. This is going to allow Finn Albert Jorgensen to close that gap in the 265 entry. So into turn 7. The drivers go once again, then into the 90 right at turn 8. And everyone still running at the moment. Biggest loser at the moment in terms of positions lost at number 220 for Norway, Millian Alfred Sandvik. But now Finn Albert Jorgensen has closed that gap to the 2 in front. It is going to be Stedup Nielsen that is going to lead ahead of Kellerup with Finn Albert Jorgensen, new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 1.339. Just under half a second covering the top 3. I did say yesterday that those were the 3 that would really have to be the main standouts so far, but still nevertheless with Philip Hansler and Kimi Mai, they still have made good accounts of themselves here this weekend at Vojens. So if Stedup Nielsen and Kellerup continue to start battling away between each other, and that is going to give the opportunity for Finn Albert Jorgensen to close that gap significantly and maybe put some pressure on the leading 2 drivers. But still, it stays as it is. Finn Albert Jorgensen has lost a little bit more time now, so the gap might be expanded more than half a second between the top 3, and it's over 7.5 tenths. And Kellerup was right in the slipstream of William Stedup Nielsen going through into turn number 1. The gap between them was 73 thousandths when they crossed the stripe. And Kellerup, this is his first appearance as a junior Rotax driver, was running Mini last year. We've seen quite a few of the older Minimax drivers now move up into juniors for 2026, making good account of themselves. Some drivers have welcomed the change with more power, more grip. But then there's also that part of it where they go, oh, this feels completely different to a Minimax kart. Well, the wheelbase is longer, there's more power with the engine, and with a longer wheelbase, they've got to move a lot more of the rotation when it comes to bringing the karts through the corners. But Stellup Nielsen is looking to bang that 90 points. And he has opened up the gap between himself and Andreas Kellerup. And in the process of doing so, has just posted the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute, 0.942 for the 237, who started on the inside of row number 2 in 3rd place. Now trying to get his head down and pull away from the 2 behind. So other drivers that have made up moves in the meantime, a little bit further down the order. Melhus up into P10, ahead of Herger in 11th. Joris Blöcker up from 15th, now runs 13th. And Max Olje-Klaus in the number 201 has moved up from last position, now runs 15th. There's a few personal bests starting to come in with regards to lap times as we head into the final 3 minutes. Looks like Stellup Nielsen has decided to engage the afterburners, so to speak. The gap has now expanded over 5.5 tenths of a second. Finn Albert Jorgensen trying to close on in. As Mi Engström closing in along with Nicholas Pedersen on Kimi Mai from Germany, who rounds out the top 6 at the moment in the 250. That 3-kart squabble continues through out of turn number 4. Leaders now making their way through turn number 8. And maybe this might be a sign that Anton Christensen might be trying to move forward. But there was a move just effected through into turn number 8. I think towards the bottom part of the top 10. So our leaders now bring us on to what will be lap number 8 with just over 1 minute and 45 to go. Gap now is just under 7.5 tenths of a second between the top 3. Kellerup is losing time to Stellup Nielsen as here we go with the freight train being led by Kimi Mai. And Christopher Melhus on the Energy Corsa chassis. The number 217 has just made a move. And that would have been on Lukas Sorensen. So with lap times just over 60 seconds with the top 3 drivers. Last time round, Kellerup in the number 253 put in a 1 minute, 0.759 second lap time. It was the quickest out of the trio. So after this, 2 laps to go. 2:41 has just been given a black and white flag. And that is Nicholas Pan Pedersen from Denmark. So just basically saying that race control is watching you. And there is, I think that is going to be the 250, yes, Kimi Mai, who's being chased down and has lost a lot of time to Philip Hansler. The gap is about 3.7 seconds between the 2 drivers from KAF Motorsport. But next time around, we will see the last lap board with the top 3 pretty much inseparable. This could be a photo finish between the trio. But at the minute, nothing is quite fully set in stone. Timer has expired. So, final lap is underway for the Junior Rotax Super Heat, and it's a lead of just over 0.44 of a second for William Stellup Nielsen. Andreas Kellerup in second. Finn Albert Jorgensen, who put it on pole for the Super Heat, is in P3. Anton Christensen is a little bit further back, about 1.7 seconds thereof, in fourth, ahead of Philip Hansler, who is dropping back a little bit of time. But sometimes there's, oh, right, well, somebody's just gone off at the turn 6. And has lost a significant amount of positions. But we are going to come down to the final corner. Out of the final turn, it is going to be the checkered flag and the victory for William Sterup Nielsen, securing 90 points ahead of Andreas Gallerup and Finn Albert Jorgensen, rounding out your top 4. Philip Hansler rounds out the top 5 ahead of Kimi Mai, with a drag race between Christopher Melhus and Fredrik Gustafsson for what was P7. Lucas Sorensen and Mi Engström rounds out your top 10 ahead of Niklas Bernd Pedersen, Anton Alexander Hergout, Joris Blöcker, William Ernst Sorensen, Max Klaus, Tim Feldman and Milian Avred Sandvik rounding out the running order. But Sterup Nielsen continues his good run of form from the second of the 3 heats yesterday to now taking a win in that particular classification. And next up, we'll be heading over to Senior Rotax for their Super Heat. So 314 Simon Anderson feverishly working in front of the right-hand side where the engine's located, and that looks to be throttle cable related because he's just pushed the accelerator pedal as the green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid. So let's take you through the starting grid for the 12-minute plus an additional lap Senior Max Super Heat. It's race 19 in the meeting, as Christian Sejersen will start from pole position. Matthias Kellerup alongside in the front row. Switzerland's Tino Sidler and Sinja Ornbol round out row number 2. Simon Anderson, who's got looks like throttle cable trouble, due to start on the inside of row 3 with Malik Arslan to the outside. Elias Hoyfeldt and Frederick Demant round out the top 4 rows, with Nico Christensen and Josephine Wunderhoff rounding out your top 10. Kian Albrechtsen, Benjamin Demant, then William Hansen, Lotus Tveen, Anton Hansen, Anders Bork. Had a chat with Alfie Litter this morning, running in the Hunter Motorsport colours. The man from Ireland starts on the inside of row number 9 with Vilas Lindenskov. On row 9, Patrick Rasmussen and Hjaldi Riskard round out the top 20. Kasper Liel and Philip Linder. Row 11, Rasmus Finna, Malachias Mortensen, Oscar Lundhaus Christensen, Thor Fransson, Matteo Sudial, Anton Skogen, Jodie Nielsen and Sarah Louise Bay round out your 30 drivers. Now, Oscar Lundhaus Christensen and Vilas Lindenskov both got excluded post the 3rd heat. So, looks like the issue for the throttle cable has been sorted for the 314 of Simon Anderson, who is going to have to start from the back of the field because of repairs needing to be done. So the drivers will now go on to their official formation lap ahead of 12 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. So Simon Anderson has got to go through the field to have any chance of being in the mix for the tickets for the International Trophy in mid-July in Le Mans this year. So we did see that Heat 3 got a little bit more than just feisty. There was a lot of hard chargers trying to get through on the same bit of real estate, and sometimes some things would go the right way and sometimes it would go completely south. So the drivers now making their way through towards turn 9. Christian Sejersen just trying to slow things down as Matthias Kellerup pulls to the outside of the 311, who is going to start on pole position on the right-hand side of the circuit, which is the preferred line heading into the right-handers at turns 1 and 2. And now they will have to get into the 2x2 rolling start formation. So the front row has just initiated that. They've all got to get into position very, very quickly. They've got to close up. So, into the tram lines, revs rise. This is a full start. We are going round again because pretty much most of the second half of the field were not in the correct position. They were quite stretched out coming out of turn number 11. So drivers have been instructed once again to slow down. They've got to start getting into formation early. And from that perspective, it means that we will have a better chance of getting a clean start. Whether anything else after that point is clean, well, we'll have to find out and see what happens. So the drivers now making their way through into turn number 9. It's the second time at an attempted start to go to green for 12 minutes plus an additional lap. And who is going to be the driver that is going to take the 90 points for the victory here in the Super Heat? As everyone now starting to close on in. So the grid will compact itself into the 2x2 rolling start formation. And it is a slow crawl. There is going to be a space on the inside of row 3 where Simon Anderson, there he is at the back end of the field. Into the tram lines we now go. Revs up as they hit the accelerators. A second full start in a row, I'm afraid. So second full starts in a row. So there's the first time this weekend we've had 2 full starts back to back. So red flag has been called after 2 successive full starts. So the drivers will have to line up on the start-finish straight just before the line. So full start, 2 full starts in a row. And so the red flag has been called here on the Super Heat for senior Rotax. Was doing everything spot on. He was doing it right, so was Callum. Everyone else from the second half. So there is currently a discussion underway, and that is with the pole sitter, Christian Sejersen, who has just been had a little discussion with event race director Dave Ritson, just to say to him, look, this is what we expect. So it will be another attempt at a restart, our 3rd attempt of this particular Super Heat. And what will normally happen is that the carts will then be released for 1 formation lap, and then they will go into the tram lines once again. So very shortly we should be getting back underway with 1 formation lap, and then there will be going back into the start phase once again. So one of the other things that are just being checked, just making sure that the drivers are in the right position, which means that Simon Henderson is going to have to go back behind the rest of the field. So 1 formation lap drivers instructed to fire up the engines once again. As the roar of the engines bring the exhaust noise into the skies here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. So a third attempt. And hopefully third time's a charm on this one. So the field making its way towards the final sector of the circuit here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. Now it's down to Sejersen and Kellerup to control the rolling start. We'll start getting that done now. So now they're coming out of turn number 10. At least the top 20 have managed to get into position. So the last few stragglers getting towards the final corner as we are set and ready. 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Third time of asking here for the senior Rotax Super Heat. We go, revs up, lights on. We are green and racing. And it's the run down to turn number 1. Kellerup trying to go towards the outside, but Sidler tries to go through on the inside here at turn number 2. And the Swiss driver has just about squeezed ahead by a nose. And is he going to try and get through at turn 3? Yes, he does. It's nearly 3 wide on the exit. And Sinja Ornbol has just jumped her way up into P3. So now the field makes its way through into turn 5 and 6. And now Tino Sidler trying to chase down Christian Sejersen as to the inside. That was Kellerup on Ornbol, and I think that might be Arslan just behind for P5, who had to use cat-like reflexes. So at the end of the opening lap of this race, Christian Sejersen leads the way ahead of Tino Sidler. Matthias Kellerup rounds out your top 3. Frederick Demant. Oh, and Sinja Ornbol has got a Nassau panel that is skyward. She's trying to get that thing down. And that might have meant that there might have been an incident out of camera. So mechanical black flag is going to be shown to Sinja Ornbol in the 372. What a shame for the lady racer who put it on pole position in time qualifying, and she is going to have to park that kart, and that is going to eliminate one of our top competitors early in this super heat. Vilads Lindenskov in 390, who was excluded from the third and final heat yesterday, has made up 7 positions already. Nico Christensen up from 9th place, now runs P5. Kian Albrechtsen up 4 places, up from 11th. And now is 7th. Simon Anderson and Manet Arsland have tumbled down the order. And Anderson now 23rd, Arslan 24th. And, yep, Sinja Ornbol is going to have to park that in the pit lane. They're going to check to see if the nose cone is actually completely loose, because there are fixings that attach the Nassau panel to the top part of the chassis and over the steering column. So that is a real shame for the 372. But more to the point, Christian Sejersen is pulling a gap over Tino Sidler. Matthias Kellerup, who is a further, well, was a further 6 tenths behind Sidler and is closing in on him. Just did a 59.451, new fastest lap of the race. So 3:14 gets the 3-second time penalty. That sounds like a Simon Anderson. That is going to be 2 wheels out of the tram lines. Matteo Sudjal and Sarah Louise Bay are out of the race. So down to 28 we go. So there has been a change for second position in the meantime. Matthias Kellerup has got through on Tino Sidler for second position. And now the chase to close in on Christian Sejersen starts in earnest as we have just over under 8.5 minutes remaining, plus an additional lap. And still several drivers. I mean, Patrick Rasmussen, who started down in 19th, and also Hjalde Risgaard in 20th, the two first race point drivers. They have moved up 6 places apiece. So if they continue to work together, they might have an opportunity of catching those in front. But that's easier said than done when gaps are starting to expand. As the two first race point drivers were right behind, I think it was Benjamin, possibly more than likely Villads Lindenskov. So Risgaard now through on Rasmussen. Sidler still trying to catch and close in and pass Matthias Kellerup with just over 7.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Looks like Senior Payson has managed to get the cart going again in the 372. So it sounds like there's also going to be another penalty coming in to one of the drivers. Sounds like that's going to go the way of Sweden's Thor Fransson. So we have 5 minutes completed. We are about to complete lap 5. And Sejersen has a lead of just over a second. So 3.82, 3-second time penalty. Change for position going into turn 1, and that is the 3.97 of Elias Heufeld getting through on Nico Christensen in the 3.31. And just behind, they've got the 3.42. William Hansen right with them. Hansen dives to the inside here at turn 4 and makes the move. Nice clean overtake on the 3.31. That was for effectively sixth position on the road. So things are getting very, very close between the likes of Kian Albrechtsson, Anton Hansen, Josephine Wunderhoff and Benjamin Demant. They round out 8th to 11th position. They're just coming through the final hairpin as we speak. So this could be another one where we see a bit of a slipstream fest coming down the start-finish straight, and here they go. Across the line, there are going to be some drivers looking for the move up the inside of turn number 1, and through goes the 380 of Kian Albrechtsson. Josephine Wunderhoff having to wait her turn. Now she dives to the inside here at turn number 3. That's going to be close between the pair. Oh, and that means that Kian Albrechtsson runs a little bit wide, but it also opened the door for Benjamin Demant for SLR to get through. And he overtakes the 3.431 racing entry of Josephine Wunderhoff, teammate to the likes of Lotus Tveen, who's currently running in 15th position. And Senior Onbol has retired from the race on lap number 3, so she's going to have a lot of work to do in the final, I'm afraid, a little bit later on. Sejersen leading the way. Has he started to expand that gap of what was 1.1 seconds after 6 laps? They cross the line now. 1.1 seconds still remains. The distance between first and second position, a further 7.5 tenths back is Tino Sidler. As William Hansen has got through on Elias Heufeld, and that is for P5 on the road. So the 3.42 has made it through on the 3.97. They have got Nico Christensen, the 3.31, not that far behind in the rearview mirrors, so to speak. But can Matthias Kellerup and Tino Sidler start moving forward and close that gap to Christian Sejersen, who is continuing to lead the senior Rotax Super Heat? So coming up to the final third of the race in terms of the time allocated. So just over 4 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap to go. There are battles up and down the order here in the senior Rotax Super Heat. Kellerup starts to take a little bit of time, as does Sidler out of Sejersen. And if Sejersen has started pushing too early on the Mojo D5s, then if they don't stay within their optimum window, then Sejersen could start losing pace. Plus, also the big fact is he's running on his own up front. So he's punching a hole in his own dirty air that he's actually going through at the moment with no one to assist him. So Frederick Demant has to be very careful of William Hansen and Elias Heufeld, as that is now the three-kart train battling over 4th, 5th and 6th, and Nico Christensen is not that far behind in the 331. He's about 4 and a bit tenths of a second behind the number 397 in 6th place. The top three have broken away and gotten clear into the distance. Sayson comes out of the final corner. We complete lap number 9 with just over 3 minutes to go, and the lead now is just over a second still. Kellerup has pretty much been on the same kind of pace, but here goes a move up the inside at turn number 1, and that is Frederick Demant through on Tino Sidler for 3rd place. There's Elias Heufeld to the outside of the Swiss driver for 54 Squadra Corse. And Sidler having to take a quick glance over the right shoulder coming out of turn number 3 to see where the kart is, whether it's to the left or to the right of his rear bumper. And Sidler still keeping his elbows out, trying to make the 310 54 Squadra Corse kart as wide as humanly possible, with the back bumper being his main way of just keeping that kart as wide as humanly possible before anyone behind tries to get through on him. So there is the 315. Benjamin Demant getting through. And that would have been on Kian Albrechtsen in the number 380. And there is there's the kart of Patrick Rasmussen, who has made his way up from 19th on the grid. Now is in the top 10 and chasing down those drivers in front of him that he can possibly affect a couple of overtakes there, here or there. 26 runners and riders now, as Casper Lill has now retired on lap 9. So 2 laps ago. Right, so karts 314 and 382. They've got a penalty regarding to braking formation on the start phase. 3 seconds for both drivers. So Thor Fransson and Simon Anderson in the numbers 382 and 314 respectively have been given a post-race 3-second time penalty. So 26 karts still running. Another overtake done through at turn number 7 itself, as it'll be very, very close on time here. 22 seconds as our race leader now comes out of turn number 10. Two laps remain as we go on to lap 13 out of 14. And Matthias Kellerup losing distance to Christian Sejersen in the 311. The gap now nearly a second between first and second position. Tino Sidler still holding on to that 3rd place, but he'll be able to do so for quite a bit. And the reason being is that Elias Heufeld has managed to, well, as that's one of the SLR karts that has just had a bit of a moment due to a bit of robustness coming out of turn number 3. That was the 345. Frederick Demant. But next time around it will be the final lap here in the Senior Rotax Super Heat. And Christian Sejersen doing a really, really good job in the 311. He is going to bring us on to the final lap. Tino Sidler closing in on Matthias Kellerup in the dying stages of the race. As we go on to the last lap of the Senior Rotax Super Heat, can Sidler try and find a way through on Matthias Kellerup for 2nd position? So through turn 5 and down the dip into turn 6 for the final time goes our leader, Christian Sejersen. And there's a little bit of argy-bargy going through into turn number 4. And a side-by-side moment. And both drivers managing not to clash their side walls. So checkered flag is being prepared, and Christian Sejersen is going to come out of the final corner. The 3-1-1 from RS Competition will win the Senior Rotax Super Heat. Header Matthias Kellerup with Tino Sidler once again very much in the hunt in the top 3. 4th place across the line, Elias Hoyfeldt ahead of William Hansen. Nico Christensen takes 6th ahead of Frederick Demant. And where does his brother Benjamin finish? Just in front of Patrick Rasmussen, who takes 9th, with Anton Hansen rounding out your top 10, but Christian Sejersen picks up 90 points for the victory in that super heat. We'll wait for the last few runners and riders. Looks like we have had, 25 drivers out of the 30. And Christian Sejersen, after nearly 20 kilometres of racing, average speed of 85.18 kilometres an hour, takes the win by just 7/10 of a second. Header Matthias Kellerup with Tino Sidler, Elias Hoyfeldt, William Hansen, Nico Christensen, Frederick and Benjamin Demant rounding out the top 8. Completing the top 10 will be Patrick Rasmussen and Anton Hansen. Vlad Zelindenskov up 7 places from 18th to finish 11th, ahead of Oscar Lundhus Christensen, who made up 13 places and was the highest charger in this race for the Super Heats. Josephine Wunderhoff and Lotus Tween ran out the top 14. Ahead of Kian Albrechtsen, Hjaldi Riskard, Malik Arsland, Anton Skogen, Philip Linder, and Rasmus Fenner rounding out your top 20. Malachias Mortensen, Alfie Litter, Thor Fransson, Julie Nielsen, and Simon Anderson round out your 25 strong that finished all 14 laps of racing. Anders Bork retired with two laps to go. Kasper Lill with 5 laps to go. Senior Onbol with the flailing Nassau panel out after lap 3, with Sarah Louise Bay and Matteo Sudjan rounding out the retirements in this race. But Sejersen provisionally puts himself on pole for the Senior Rotax Final. Right, so we've got one more Super Heat before we get underway with the finals after the lunch break. And, well, one of our scrutineers has a birthday today. Big thank you to our chief scrutineer of the event, Paul Clarkson, for this message. Jorgen Madsen celebrates his birthday today, so happy Easter and many happy returns to Jorgen down in scrutineering. So after an eventful Senior Rotax Super Heat, we go to DD2 and DD2 Masters. So after a slight delay, we have now managed to get our DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers out on the circuit. And let's take you through the starting grid for their 12-minute plus an additional lap Super Heat. William Norbeek with a clean sweep of wins yesterday starts from pole position, and he'll have RS competition teammate Fredrik Sorensen alongside on the front row. Fredrik Kickenborg will be joined by Camilla Kaus-Larsen on row 2, with Jimmy Fraser and Rebecca Rosiensen rounding out your top 6 and completing the starting order for DD2. Morten Jensen and Jan Pedersen will be the last 2 drivers on the grid in the 5:43 and the 5:32, representing our DD2 Masters drivers, with Morten Jensen winning in the class on all 3 accounts yesterday during the heats. So the drivers now go on their official formation lap ahead of this last Super Heat before we go into the business end of the 2026 Viking Trophy. And that will be the finals. According to the revised timetable, which started half an hour earlier, will be at around about 1:20 this afternoon. Be able to see all the action live here on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel. Please don't forget, if you do want to get involved in the live YouTube chat, you will need to subscribe and then wait 10 minutes to be able to activate the chat. So we'd like to hear from you and find out who you're going to be supporting. So the drivers now get themselves into formation and slow to a very, very slow crawl. As they will now come out of the final corner at turn number 11. The red lights will be on the starting gantry as we get set and ready for the final Super Heat of the 2026 RMC Viking Trophy here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. Lights on, revs up, full start called. So straight away they're going to have to go around for another formation lap. So it's reset and try once again. So what looks like it's happened is that the drivers thought that they were good to go and they carried on as if they were actually racing. So it looks like we are going to have a red flag situation here for the Super Heat. Yep, so red flag has been called officially. Drivers will have to line up on the start-finish straight. So we give it another try with regards to the race start this time. The wind has once again picked up. So obviously there was a discussion between William Norbeck and race director Dave Ritson, basically saying, no, you need to go by the lights. So the amber flashing light indicating full start has been extinguished. So the field making its way through to the penultimate corner at turn 10, the final right-hand hairpin. So they will have to line up once again. So we now get ready to go racing here, hopefully in the Super Heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. We're in the tram lines now. They start to build the revs and the lights go out. We're underway for 12 minutes. And once again, like we've seen before, when Frederick Kickenborg is in P3, he always follows the leader. And that has been William Norbeck all the way through the weekend so far. So the drivers making their way down to turn 4 for the first time of asking. It's over the crest, through into turn 5, down the dip into turn 6. Then heading into the final sector at this circuit here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. They're trying to pull away from the rest of the opposition. Even though his wins haven't had that big of a margin between himself and the driver in second position, it's normally comfortable enough for the 418 to manage. Opening lap completed. Norbeck P1 by nearly half a second ahead of Frederick Kickenborg, with Fredrik Juhl Sorensen rounding out your top 3. Julie Fries has got through on Camilla Karls-Larsen in the early goings and is now up to P4. Morten Jensen, in the meantime, now having a bit of a side-by-side battle with Rebecca Roos Jensen. So DD2 Masters versus DD2. So Jensen now, Morten Jensen now up into P5, P6 overall. Roos Jensen is losing, hemorrhaging time to the 5 up front. Obviously we saw her having a good battle with Camilla Karls-Larsen yesterday, along with Julie Fries. More to the point, with just over 10 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. These drivers are trying to push the limit. Norbeck, over the opening 2 laps, has nearly ended up a second up the road. As Kickenborg gets passed by Juhl Sorensen heading into turn number 4. And Fries still ahead of Karls-Larsen in 4th place, battling for P4 and P5. They go down the dip into turn 6, into the right at 7. Fries goes defensive on Karls-Larsen. But this has now allowed William Norbeck to pull away into the distance, as we're soon to complete lap number 3 of the race. How big is the advantage now that Norbeck has? It was just under a second. It's now 2 seconds, so he's doubled it in 1 lap, as the freight train of 4 carts behind, being led by, was Fredrik Juhl Sorensen, but Frederick Kickenborg in the CRG on the number 437 entry has just gone through with a nice up the inside overtake into turn number 3. And this 4-cart train still in a line. Could be very much like that for the remainder of the race. However, Norbeck doing exactly what he needs to do. Just carry on, get the racehorse blinkers on, and just run his own race and pull away from those behind. So Norbeek continues on lap number 5. 2.7 seconds is an advantage. Kickenborg now up into P2. Jules Sorensen has got pressure from behind as Camilla Klaus Larsen has got through. Rebecca Ruz Jensen, unfortunately, is the first out of the 8 drivers that has retired during one of the races this weekend. She's out of the Super Heat. Ends up being classified in 8th position. Overall, that is. Getting closer and closer, about a minute and a half away from half time. So just less than 7.5 minutes plus an additional lap left to go. Here in our last Super Heat before we take the lunch break and then come back for the finals at just before 20 past 1 this afternoon. Norbeek is just racking up the laps. He's pushing quite significantly, and his lead now is just shy of 3.1 seconds after just 5 tours of this circuit. So now this is going to be quite crucial. Who is going to end up being victorious in the battle for P2? Because P1 is up the road and clear and away. It's like William Norbeek's trying to go south towards Germany, across the border. The rate that he's driving away into the distance. So Norbeek very shortly will come through out to the final corner. He's already crossing the start line as we speak, and that's lap 6 in the books. His lead now, nearly 3.3 seconds. Jules Sorensen close behind Kickenborg for P2. Camilla Klaus Larsen ahead of Julie Fries. So that battle there for 4th and 5th position is still raging on, but they're in very close proximity to the 2 drivers in front. So from that perspective, that should help Camilla Klaus Larsen and Julie Fries to close on in, because the 2 drivers from One Racing and the all-female driver team from the stable of RS Competition. Just over 5 minutes to go, and Norbeek is away and clear. He is very much checking out in this race, and his lead over Kickenborg now stretches to over 3.5 seconds after 7 laps of this circuit. But still, with 4 3/4 minutes plus an additional lap to go, never leave anything to chance in karting. There is always that unpredictability factor. Now, Jules Sorensen has got to start fighting back against Kickenborg if he wants to retake 2nd position. That depends on how much pace he has in the tyres. With these longer races for the Super Heats and the finals, there's a bit more of a strategy when it comes to taking care of your tyres throughout the race. You might think, yeah, I'll push hard for the first few laps and it should work in my favour. And sometimes that does not always go to plan. It can go the other way. As nearly a brief side-by-side moment coming out of turn 3 between Camilla Klaus Larsen and Julie Fries in 4th and 5th in the 408 and the 438. They are nose to tail coming over the crest through turn 5 and down the dip into turn 6. And Fries is going to dive to the inside at turn 7, take 4th pace back. Good move there by the 438. Now, the only other question is that can they start working together than squabbling over the positions? Because the more places they gain, okay, granted it's not the biggest field in the world, but there is still there's a slight hope of opportunity that maybe something might come their way. Or they might need to think, well, okay, time to go and get some racing done and get that a little bit quicker through the corners, on the exit, on power application, trying to go down these straightaways here at Vojens to maximise their potential rotation going through the corners. And, well, in the meantime, as I say that, Uli Freis has pulled away from Camilla Kals Larsen and is now starting to try and close the gap to Fredrik Jules Sorensen. He's still stuck behind Fredrik Kickenborg in the 437 CRG entry. And Norbeek is treating this like a Sunday afternoon drive in the countryside. And he's just completed lap number 10. So lead gap now nearly 4.8 seconds between Norbeek and Kickenborg. Jules Sorensen in P3. Race and Larsen rounding out your top 5 drivers. Morten Jensen still leading the way in DD2 Master ahead of Jan Pedersen. This is the closest battle out on track at the minute. And that is the one between second and third place. But it is the William Norbeek show at the moment. Currently coming towards the end of lap number 11. Which will bring us on to 3 more laps to go until we hit the checkered flag to conclude the morning's action. So Norbeek with 1 minute and 17 on the clock plus an additional lap left to go now has a lead of just under 5.1 seconds as you cannot separate Kickenborg and Jules Sorensen for second position at the moment. 407, if he wants to get up into P2, he's going to have to think of something very, very sudden, and he looks to dive to the inside at turn number 4. There was a slight opening of the door by Kickenborg at that point. He managed to just recover, a little bit of a slide from the back end of the CRG. No harm, no foul there. But still, Jules Sorensen was unable. Well, he tried, and then Kickenborg just went, no, just turned in. So William Norbeek brings us on to our penultimate lap, lap 13 out of 14. And how big is the gap between him and Kickenborg? 5.4 seconds. Looking at the last lap set of lap times. On lap 10, 57.960 for William Norbeek, 58.576 for Kickenborg, and 58.355 for Jules Sorensen. Space approximately on the last 3 lap times of William Norbeek. Norbeek just running away with it and is not being troubled at all. Next time around it will be the last lap of the Super Heats for the 2026 RMC Viking Trophy. William Norbeek has just over 1.3 kilometres to negotiate, and that gap is probably going to be more than 6 seconds at this point as Norbeek fires his way through turns 1 and 2. Leading gap now is 6.1 seconds and climbing. But Norbeek has been unassailable, untouched, and has had probably a pretty good smile on his face after every race, as he knows that he's out there to go for the victory. Down through into turn 6, now 7 for the final time. Then the 90 right here at turn 8. But William Norbeek has done exactly what he set out to do. Put it on pole position and then go for it and see what happens. Out of the final hairpin, the run down to turn 11, the right-hander. And then over the crest we go once again. It is going to be the checkered flag. William Norbeek continues his 100% success rate with a 90-point score here in the Super Heat. And who is going to take P2? It is going to be Fredrik Jules Sorensen. So dramas for Kickenborg in the dying stages, and he nearly got pipped to the post for P3 by Uli Freis. Camilla Larsen takes P5 and is the last of the DD2 drivers that have crossed the line. Of course, unfortunately, we lost Rebecca Ruz-Jensen with 12 laps remaining. Morten Jensen takes the win in Masters, and Jan Pedersen takes the checkered flag and becomes the last out of the 7 from 8 drivers that started the race that has finished the race. So 14 laps in total, with William Norbeek, your provisionally confirmed winner on the road, and had the fastest lap of the race, a 57.872. So he takes the win after 14 laps of racing. Fredrik Jules Sorensen and Fredrik Kickenborg covered by less than half a second. They ran at the top 3, with Julie Fries not that far behind, a further 0.2 adrift, with Camilla Larsen, Morten Jensen and Jan Pedersen rounding out the 7 finishers. And unfortunately, with 2 laps in the books, we saw a retirement for the 473 of Rebecca Ruz-Jensen. So for those watching on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel, that is it for the morning action here for finals day for the 2026 RMC Viking Trophy. Join us just before 1:20 this afternoon as we will crown our Vikings from Rotax Racing and give them their tickets to the International Trophy at Le Mans this coming July. We'll see you a little bit later on. Hello everybody, and a very blustery welcome here at Vojens Motorsport Arena as we are now at the business end of the 2026 RMC Viking Trophy. It has all come down to this point of the weekend where after these next 5 races we will crown our first Rotax Racing Viking Trophy winners here in 2026. And the winners in each respective category will book their place on the starting grid for this year's Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy that is taking place between the 14th and the 18th of July at Le Mans International Karting Circuit, right smack bang in the middle of the iconic Circuit de la Sarthe that runs the 24 hours of Le Mans every summer. So we are just about over a minute away from deciding the first of 6 winners. And a big thank you to everybody that has been watching along on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel throughout the weekend. And thank you for everyone that has been also sharing and commenting on the posts on both Instagram and on Facebook. And you can see some, well, because the banners on the dummy grid are nearly blowing away in the breeze, well, more like the blustery wind, and they're actually cable tying the bottom of the banners down at the moment as we speak. So, one race to decide our 2026 RMC Viking Trophy Micromax champion. Let's take you through the starting grid for this 11-minute plus an additional lap final. Starting on pole position will be the number 16 of Kian Hay, running on the Cosmic KR Sport chassis with Chloe Melling Sorensen. The number 17 for One Racing, running on the Tony Kart, will line up on the outside of the front row. Adam Dion Aspen, the number 22, will line up alongside Norway's Liam Nguyen on the number 25 Lando Norris kart chassis. And then rounding out your 3-row grid will be the number 23 of Lucas Berthelsen on the LGK and Vilads Nielsen bringing up the rear of the field. So, according to the weather on the live timing, we've hit 10 degrees centigrade, but it does definitely not feel like that's outside with the significant winds that we have been dealing with over the course of the weekend. But what that has also done is brought sunshine here on Easter Sunday. So happy Easter, everybody. And it should provide good conditions for our drivers to compete at the highest level possible. So the drivers now go onto their official formation lap ahead of 11 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Kian Hay has dominated proceedings all the way through the weekend, starting with pole position in time qualifying on Friday afternoon, picking up all 3 heat wins yesterday, and also charging away into the distance to pick up 90 points for winning the Super Heat earlier on. So this is now the time where the points make no iota of difference to the race itself. It is a winner-take-all event. If you are first in the final, you are the one that will hit the top step. It doesn't matter about what the other drivers alongside you and behind you might have done up until this point. So the drivers now make their way through into the 90 right at turn 8. very much into formation here at the circuit of Vojens Motorsport Arena, established back in the early 1960s and has been one of the most recognized circuits here in this locality within the Scandinavian region. So let's see what happens over the next 11 minutes plus an additional lap as we get set and ready for the Micromax final for the 2026 RMC Viking Trophy. For the first time this afternoon, revs up, lights on. We are underway for 11 minutes. And Cian Hay leads the field into turn number 1. Adam Dion Aspel ready on the attack. But the KR Sport number 16 is leading the way as Chloe Malling Sorensen has made her way, I think, possibly into second position. They've just come through out of turn 3. She has made the move and is up to second position. We'll get the inside line for turn 4, but Adam Dion Asp straight away counter-attacks, and so does Liam Nguyen. So Chloe Malling Sorensen, already losing a couple of positions, got up to P2 and has been demoted to 4th in the early exchanges. But once again, like we've seen in the previous races before, this has allowed Cian Hay to make an early break for it. As you can see by the camera just off turn number 11, the winds are picking up significantly. But more to the point, Cian Hay is starting to get into his stride early. Within the first couple of laps, he looks very, very comfortable, very, very confident with the cart that is underneath him. Liam Nguyen is going to be challenged out of the final corner by Chloe Malling Sorensen, who is going to try and get the side draft, but she's not far enough alongside to make the attempt work through into turn 1. Now out of turn 2, Cian Hay's lead after the opening lap. But it's like Sebastian Vettel back in his Red Bull days. He's already got through past the 1 second window of the DRS activation zone. So Cian Hay already after the opening lap is absolutely flying. He's just put in a 1 minute 9.113. Now the drivers with the significant blustery winds around the circuit here at Vojens Motorsport Arena are having to deal with a combination of a headwind and a crosswind. But Cian Hay seems to be very, very comfortable indeed. He's looking to extend that gap further as Liam Nguyen holding on to 3rd position at the moment. Chloe Malling Sorensen trying to go on the offensive through into turn number 9 at the first of the last 2 hairpins on the circuit here at Vojens. But as we've seen over the course of the last 2 and a bit days, Cian Hay has been the one to really keep your eyes on, and he's shone underneath the Danish sun here this weekend, on the Easter weekend here on Sunday and Saturday, but his lead now over Adam Dion Asp expands to 1.4 seconds. Liam Nguyen still holding on to that P3. Right, Chloe Malling Sorensen has got a lot of work to do now, I'm afraid, to even hit the podium, because she has just been hit with a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram line, so braking formation at the start. And that was 2 3/4 minutes ago. So she might be 4th on the road, but the time penalty puts her 6th in terms of up-to-date developments on the circuit, including that 3-second time penalty for braking formation before the lights went out. So Cian Hay comes out of the final corner, turn number 11, on lap number 3, as we have just over 7.5 minutes to go. And his lead now expands to just under 2.1 seconds. Now what Chloe Malling Sorensen needs to do with that 3-second time penalty, she needs to start pushing and trying to get past Liam Nguyen. So if she can get past both Liam Nguyen and Adam Dion Asp, then she's got an opportunity maybe to reduce that differential that she's got, that she's fighting against. And with 7 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap, those minutes are going to go away very, very quickly. So the more that she can do to help herself, the better off she will be. And maybe, who knows what might happen come the end of this race when the checkered flag falls. Of course, every driver has to go over the weighbridge And Chloe Malling Sorensen has now finally got through. That's at turn 11 on lap 4 on William Nguyen, the youngster from Norwegian, mechanic by Dad Michael. So now, with what she's just done there, Chloe Malling Sorensen has to find 3.6 seconds at least. So that will depend on how quickly she can start pulling a gap from Liam Nguyen. And she is actually catching Adam Dion Asp. Now, we have seen this before in the Super Heat and yesterday's Final Heat, that Chloe Malling Sorensen found herself having to battle with Adam Dion Asp for position. Now, the quicker she can get past the number 22, she'll have clean air and she'll start to push. But every single time, every single lap, she's stuck behind the number 22 of Adam Dion Asp in front of her. The big thing is that she will lose time and she won't be able to move forward at the pace she needs to, or she realises that she has with that cart underneath her. They come out of the final corner. More curbing taken by Sorensen on that particular occasion. So, and now with that, the gap has come down between Adam Dion Asp and Chloe Malling Sorensen. So the penalty has already been applied for the number 17. For those wondering on the that are watching on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel, it puts into context that the penalty was immediately applied once the penalty was official. Now, the big thing is, can she make the move, or is she going to find herself stuck behind the immovable object that is Dion Asp in front? So if she keeps in the wheel tracks of Adam, then she's got more of a chance to maybe, if she gets the traction coming out of the final corner, then there's every opportunity for her to slingshot past and get that clear air. And here could be the moment where she showed her nose to Adam Dion Asp at that point, going out of turn number 10. We're about to complete, we've now completed lap number 6. And the lead now is 3.3, well, coming up to 3.2 seconds. Liam Nguyen, according to the amended timing, as you see on your screens at home, is effectively 1.2 seconds in front of Chloe Malling Sorensen. So she needs to make a move and get through, as black and white warning flag being shown to Lucas Berthelsen in the number 23, who is rounding out the order. But Adam Dion Asp now finding it is getting to become a pressure cooker style situation. Sorensen, she looked up the inside, stuck her nose towards the inside of turn number 8, thought better of it, discretion being the better part of valor, and thereby waiting for her opportunity. But the longer she leaves it, the more time she's going to lose. But if they can both work together and start pulling forward, okay, they're probably not going to catch Kian Hay, but they're going to build time between themselves and Liam Nguyen, who is still on the live timing, effectively P4. Now, has that changed? Not quite, because Chloe Malling Sorensen needs right now another 0.3 of a second, and she will effectively go on the podium if there's no other penalties or infractions that happen post-race, either being underweight, a technical inspection that finds something that is non-compliant according to the Rotax global technical regulations that are enforced here at Vojens for this event. So with just over 2 minutes to go, Kian Hay is still leading, and it's more than comfortable. It's competent, it's confidence, and he's doing a really, really stellar job. So 2 minutes remaining, so that's probably going to give us around 3 laps of this circuit. And here comes Chloe Malling Sorensen looking to the inside of Adam Dion Asp, and again, once more, she tries, but now she's into P3 officially, because they have built up a buffer between themselves and Liam Nguyen in the number 25 from Norway. So the leader making his way through turn number 7. After this, there's only going to be a couple of more laps remaining for Cian Hay, the youngster in the number 16. So Cian Hay comes out of the final corner. Penultimate lap is about to get underway. We are now on to lap number 10 of this race. And Cian Hay's last lap time was a 1 minute 7.242. He was nearly 4.6 seconds up the road from Adam Dion Asp, Chloe Malling-Sorensen, and Liam Nguyen rounding out your top 4 at the moment, covered by 9.2 seconds to exactly the 3 decimal places, so 9.200. And the timer will soon run out as Cian Hay is just around about 1,500 or so meters away from taking a clean sweep of all the races here this weekend, having taken pole position in time qualifying on Friday afternoon. Won all 3 heats yesterday, won the Super Heat this morning. So the timer has expired. 11 minutes have been completed as our race leader, the number 16 of KR Sports, Cian Hay, comes out of turn number 11, and it's going to be last lap for the first of 5 finals this weekend. Cian Hay has just under 1.3 kilometers left to go as he throws the KR Sport Cosmic chassis into turns 1 and 2. Great commitment from the youngster. And also Adam Dion Asp and Chloe Malling-Sorensen round out your top 3. But what a drive it's been from the youngster in the number 16. Not a foot put wrong all weekend here on home soil. He's just got a handful of corners to negotiate his way to the checkered flag and to take that ticket to Le Mans. So out of turn number 11, through the final corner, it is going to be Cian Hay, who becomes the inaugural RMC Viking Trophy champion here in the Micromax division for 2026. Adam Dion Asp will take 2nd position in the number 22, and Chloe Malling-Sorensen rounds out your overall top 3, despite having a 3-second time penalty post-race, having left the corridor with 2 wheels braking formation before the red lights went out. Liam Nguyen takes P4 with Vilans Nielsen in 5th. Lucas Berthelsson rounds out your 6 strong Micromax drivers, but Cian Hay, the number 16 from KR Sport, is your 2026 RMC Viking Trophy champion. One final down, 4 to go as we head from Micromax to Minimax. Let's take you through the starting grid. Ahead of this 11-minute plus an additional lap final. It's August Lingzo in the number 106 that starts from pole position on the front row of the grid. And will be joined by Jonathan Falken Ottersen alongside. Michael Gottschalk will be joined by Germany's Tim Hansler on row number 2. Leander Ebsen and Thor Pedersen ran out row 3 ahead of Sofus Billy Jakobsen and Loke Feed from Norway rounding out your top 4 rows. Completing the 10-strong grid, Adrian Olsen in the number 146 and Niklas Konradsen in the 113. So the drivers will have a sighting and a formation lap before we get them into the tram lines for their last race. And after this, we'll have 3 more finals to go. We'll have juniors, seniors, and then DD2 and DD2 Masters running together. So the field makes its way down through turn number 6, and everyone is in the side-by-side 2x2 rolling start formation at a very early part in this lap. And that can only bode for one good thing. Hopefully the start goes underway for the first time. Basking. The red lights are on the are ignited on the starting gantry. So, as with all the other finals, it is winner take all. Points gathered in the heats and the super heats at this moment in time do not form part of the equation. If you're first on track and it's confirmed, you are the winner. End of story. If you don't win, well, you'll probably have to go over to another one-off event and maybe try and get your ticket for Le Mans that way. However, it is going to be August Lingzo and Jonathan Falken Ottersen on the front row of the grid. Into turn 11. The drivers will now make their way out of the final corner. They will split. They will head into the tram lines. Red lights are on the gantry. Revs up, lights on. We're underway in the final. First time of asking as Lingzo takes the lead. Gottschalk dived up the inside and nipped through at turn 1 on Ottersen, who has now dropped down to P3. Tim Hansler holding station in 4th as they make their way through into turn 4 for the first time here on the opening lap. So through turns 5 and 6, the drivers go for the first time. Lingzo trying to open up an initial gap, but Gottschalk trying to chase him down. Ottersen, Hansler, I think Ebsen is rounding out your top 5 as we head into turn 9. First of the last 2 hairpins on the circuit here at Vojens. But it is the fact that Lingzo is leading the train at the moment. Ottersen trying to close in on Gottschalk coming out of the final corner. Lap 1 completed. Lingzo leads, could be the moment here. Ottersen dives to the inside at turn number 1, gets through on Gottschalk, takes 2nd place back. And Gottschalk still staying on the rear bumper as they head into turn number 3. Not too far behind them is Tim Hansler from Germany in the 114 for Kraft Motorsport. And now is going, well, he looked, showed his nose to Mikkel Gottschalk, trying to go into turn number 5. Then backed out of it right at the last second. But Adrian Olsen has made some really, really good progress. The 146 started on the inside of the 5th and final row and has made up 4 places and has got Sophus Billy Jakobsen in the 110 from RS Competition right behind. So the top 6 starting to break away at this early juncture. Coming up to complete lap number 2. As Lingzo continues to lead, but Jonathan Falcon Otterson is trying to close down on the 106. And it was 0.19 of a second after lap 2. Gantry just off of the P1 Bistro is absolutely packed with spectators. So family members, mechanics that have come here to this circuit. Still very, very close indeed as the drivers make their way out of turn number 4. Sophus Billy Jakobsen trying to close in on what is 5th position. So, and Adrian Olsen holding on to that place so far, but nevertheless, Likabo Lingzo holding on to the race lead. But we have seen it before where it's been a bit of musical chairs at the front end of the field. We've got 3 minutes completed, 8 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And August Likabo Lingzo still continues to lead the way. Into turn number 11 they go here on lap number 3. And then it's the short blast up the hill, or the slight crest. Coming down the descent into turn number 1. Is there going to be a change for the race lead? Yes, there is. So quickly once again, it is swings and roundabouts at the moment. It's the top 4. Oh, Hansler dives up the inside of Gottschalk through at turn 3, makes the move stick, gets through for 3rd position. Otterson through on Lingzo at turn 4. So another change for the race lead. These drivers are absolutely pushing like crazy at the moment because, as I said, this is a winner-take-all event. Everything you've got to do is put everything into it. Mind, body, and just have that will to win, that motivation to spur yourself forward. But at the moment, this could come down to the final couple of laps. It normally tends to be the case with the Minimax division. Be a bit of a seesaw battle. And then they'll hold station for a couple of laps. Then all of a sudden, before you know it, it kicks off. And Otterson has got Lingzo in his draft. And they were literally lying astern, and Lingzo is trying to find a way past the 119, switches to the outside through turn number 3, gets the crisscross here, and it's wheel to wheel between the 2 leaders through into turn number 3. Otterson to the inside, Lingzo to the outside, and he's got to try and get the crisscross done here, but keep your eyes on Tim Hansler. He's really closing in at a big rate of speed as they go over the bump into turn 6. And Hansler, I did say keep an eye on the 114 as Lingzo dives for the race lead through at turn number 7 and gets through before they hit the 90 right at turn 8. Some great dueling and dicing between our top 2, and that is bringing everyone in that's behind them. And that is going to be 70% of the field, all the way down to Leander Ebsen, who might think, well, you know what, I might be in 7th. I might have an opportunity to win this thing if everything goes wrong for everybody else in front of me. You never know what might happen. So Likabo Lingzo and Otterson. There's another change for the race lead. Otterson has got through again at turn 1. But Hansler has just been biding his time. Into turn 3 we go. Hansler switches to the high side to dive underneath them. And he's got the pair of them at the same time. Tim Hansler, new race leader, coming out of turn number 3. Hansler's lost the lead again, though. So, again, it is swings and roundabouts in Minimax land right about now. And, oh, there's been a little bit of a contretemps. That was, I think that was Adrian Olsen making a slight bit of contact with Tim Hansler. And that was through into turn 7. So the German has lost out 3rd place, but he's gone back into it as they go through turn number 9. But whilst that has all been going on, it's allowed August Lingzo and Jonathan Falcon Ottersen to get away. Lingzo leads, Ottersen second, Hansler back into third ahead of Gottschalk. As they come across the line to complete lap number 6, we've got 4.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And the top 7 covered by just under 2 seconds after 6 laps. That's pretty good close proximity for those top six drivers in this Minimax division. But now the breakaway has started with 4 minutes to go plus an additional lap, and Tim Hansler has got to start putting the hammer down right about now to close up what is a 9/10 of a second disadvantage between himself and Jonathan Ottersen in P2. But we could find multiple switches for the race lead between Messrs. Lingzo and Ottersen as they come through in towards turn number 11. The gap last time around was 2/10 when they crossed the stripe. Lap 7 about to be completed with just under 3.5 minutes to go. And Lingzo leads by just over 2/10. Hansler now over a second adrift. So at the moment, the drivers now making their way through into turn number 4, having gone through the adverse banking at turn 3. That was a very, very good move from Tim Hansler earlier on a couple of laps ago when he went through on the inside of both Lingzo and Falcon Ottersen, and they're battling again. And now this is bringing everyone in behind back into the fray. So again, with the time counting down, the drivers are really, really having to bring their A game. And it looks like someone like Tim Hansler, who didn't have the greatest qualifying yesterday, let's be truthful about that, but has made amends. There's been a bit of a redemption for the 114 from Germany. Now, last time around, the top 3 were covered by 1.3 seconds. After lap 8, make that 1.26 seconds. But Ottersen closing in on Lingzo was a 1/10 of a second behind after the 8th lap of this race so far for the Minimax final. And now there's more musical chairs at the front end of the field. They've just gone over the dip and into turn number 6 now. Who is going to be out on top of all of this? Well, Tim Hansler back into second position and now is in between Lingzo and Ottersen as we go through into the 90 right at turn 8. So 3 laps remaining. And August Lingzo has kept one hand of grasp on the lead of this race. However, when you get to the final couple of laps, as we're going to be doing so now, we'll have 3 to go approximately, based on when they cross the line. 1 minute 16 on the timer, that's 3 laps. And Hansler is trying to do everything. And he's closing in. Can he go through for the move? He's diving to the inside at turn number 3. Neat move by Tim Hansler, runs deep. August Lingzo returns to the race lead. Jonathan Falcon Ottersen tries the outside line going into turn 4. That's never going to work in a month of Sundays. But nevertheless, Hansler has a handful of opportunities left to make this work and to get that ticket to Le Mans. But Ottersen is putting the pressure on the German in the 114 for second place. Through out of turn 7, now into turn 8. There's only going to be about just over 2.7 kilometers left to go when we come across the line next time here in the Minimax final. And Lingzo has just got to be hoping on a wing and a prayer that Hansler and Ottersen start battling away, meaning that the 106 will be able to move away into the background. 2 laps to go. And Ottersen to the inside attempt on Hansler. Meantime, looks like Sofie Jakobsen has got through on RS competition teammate Mikael Gottschalk, who put it on pole position on Friday afternoon in the class. But the timer has expired. This and 1 more lap to go. And now Hansler will probably more than likely get the hurry-up signal saying, OK, you've not got much time left. Put it on the line if you can and get the job done. Top three last time round on lap number 10 were covered by just over half a second. Tim Hansler, fastest driver out of everybody on the circuit, with a 1 minute 3.989. That was a few laps ago, because now the effort is not on the fastest laps. The effort now is on the consistency of race pace to go for the win. Last lap is underway. Liquibo Lingzo has got Hansler in his wheel tracks into turn one for the final time. The German and the Dane at the sharp end, wrestling with the steering wheel. Adrian Olsen has been given a 5-second time penalty for pushing. That would have been probably the incident with Sofus Billy Jakobsen in 4th place now, who's up from P7. So Olsen ends up being taken out of the contention for the win and also for the ticket. But just a handful of corners and then the flat-out full throttle run through the final right at turn 11. As we come to the inevitable conclusion of the Minimax final here at the RMC Viking Trophy for 2026. Hansler's going defensive against Otterson, but it might be too little too late. August Liquibo-Lingzo out of the final corner, despite weathering the storm here in the final. Lingzo is your winner here after 12 laps and becomes the 2026 RMC Viking Trophy Mini-Max champion by 0.4 of a second. Tim Hansler ends up being your runner-up on the road ahead of Jonathan Falcon-Otterson. The three between them did have spates of leading the race, but it was August Liquibo-Lingzo after 16.8 kilometers with an average speed of 77.9 kph takes the win after nearly 13 minutes on track. Tim Hansler, well, he's going to get a little bit of consolation in the fact he's the runner-up, but also got the fastest lap of the race on lap 11, a 1 minute 3.886. Jonathan Falcon-Otterson, Mikkel Gottschalk, and Sofus Billy Jakobsen round out your top 5. Leander Ebsen, Lokke Feed, Adrian Olsen with a post-race 5-second time penalty for pushing is demoted to 8th. Head of Thor Pedersen and Niklas Konradsen rounding out the finishing order, with all the drivers making it to the checkered flag. We now hit the halfway point of the finals for the 2026 RMC Viking Trophy. Let's take you through the starting grid of what will be our 23rd race of the meeting. It is the Junior Rotax Final. Finn Albert Jorgensen will start from pole position ahead of William Stedup Nielsen alongside on the front row.
Andreas Kellerup and Anton Christensen round out row number 2, with Philip Hansler joined by countryman Kimi Mai on row number 3. Mie Engström and Christopher Melhus round out the top 4 rows, with Fredrik Gustafsson and Lucas Sorensen rounding out your top 10. Niklas Bahn Pedersen and Joris Blöcher round out your top 6 rows. On row 7, it's going to be Norway's Miljan Alfred Sandvik, joined by Germany's Anton Alexander Hergaard. Tim Feldman, William Röhr Sorensen and Max Öljeklaus round out your 17 strong runners and riders. So far in our provisional podiums, we've had 5 Danes and a German on the podium so far. Can any other nationalities sneak their way into the podiums? Well, we'll have to wait and see, because we've got this and 2 more races to go to conclude the on-track action. So the drivers now go on to their official formation lap ahead of 14 minutes plus a lap of racing. And with the sunshine on the circuit, it will help with regards to grip and performance for these drivers. The red lights have ignited on the starting gantry. The wind has picked up speed again. But at this point, the focus is on the here and now for these drivers. Who will become the inaugural Junior Rotax Viking Trophy champion here in 2026? There's quite a lot of these drivers that do have a definitive chance. Once you go, well, you get your way to the final and then it's winner take all. Then the gloves will be off like a mixed martial arts match. That's when things might get a little bit feisty, to say the very, very least. But everyone's starting to get into the 2x2 rolling start formation. And they are at a slow crawl coming through here at turn number 9. So if you are sitting down watching the live stream, grab your popcorn, get your cold beverage of choice, and keep your eyes peeled on what's going to happen over the next 14 minutes plus an additional lap. And that is a very neat and tidy rolling start formation, with Jorgensen and Nielsen on the front row of the grid. It's time to tune up the band and get these engines roaring into life here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. 14 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap. Here we go, revs up, lights on, lights are out. We're green for 14 minutes. And Jorgensen is going to lead the field into turn number 1. Kellerup's trying to go around the outside early doors, but nevertheless, Jorgensen holds on to the race lead. Into turn 3. A little bit of a 2-wide action at the back end of the field. But Jorgensen is going to lead the field through into turn number 4. Now he's got to get the traction down. He's got Kellerup behind him now. So Andreas Kellerup, who's moved up into juniors, this is his first appearance as a junior. And he's got past teammate William Sterup Nielsen into turn 7 for the first time. And there's a big long train of juniors making their way through turn 7 as they go into the final sector here at the circuit. So a lot of drivers trying to see if they can make an early overtake. But when you have such a strength of field as this, it's going to be a tall order. Up towards the final corner at turn number 11, Finn Albert Jorgensen, our pole sitter, will lead us onto the start of lap number 2. And William Sterup Nielsen and also Anton Christensen has joined the fray. Kimi Mai has moved up to P5 ahead of teammate and countryman Philip Hansler. Mie Engström rounds out your top 8 and has moved up a position. But Finn Albert Jorgensen is being pressured quite significantly by the 253 of Andreas Kellerup as they go over the hill into turn 5. Right, 3-second time penalty for 222. Joris Blöcher from Germany is going to get a 3-second time penalty. That sounds like to me that's 2 wheels out of the tram lines, breaking the start before the red lights went out. So the drivers now making their way through the final sector of the course here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. And Finn Albert Jorgensen is just doing what he needs to do at the front end of the field. Well, he's no longer leading. He's down into P3 because Andreas Kellerup, new race leader, as we complete lap 2, and has the lead over William Stedup Nielsen. About just over a tenth and a half, but the 3 karts at the front end of the field, rounded out by Jorgensen, are starting to make a little bit of a breakaway, but we know the speed of Anton Christensen, know the speed about the likes of Kimi Mai and Philip Hansler. So any one of the top 6, maybe even the top 7, with Mi Engström, have a chance of truly winning this event. The top 7 have made a little bit of a breakaway, because between Mi Engström and Christopher Melhus, the gap is across the line last time, around about 1.2 seconds and climbing. So very, very orderly at the moment after the first 3 minutes. Apart from the misstep. Right, another penalty coming through, 2:04. Anton Alexander Hergert, 3-second time penalty coming the Germans' way. And the total field covered by 7.7 seconds after the opening 3 laps. But with the top 5 rounded out by Kimi Mai, covered by just under a second, he's closing in on Anton Christensen in the number 206, who's only a tenth and a bit up the road. They go down the dip into turn 7 once again. No one is ready to play their cards, their hand on the blackjack table quite yet, because there's still over 10 1/4 minutes of this race, plus an additional lap remaining. So it's just been confirmed on the live timing, 2:04 and 2:22. So Anton Alexander Hergert and Joris Blöcker both broke formation with 2 wheels out of the tram lines before the lights went out. And now we've got a real fight on our hands, because William Stedup Nielsen was right up to the rear bumper of Alexander Kellerup coming through the start-finish straight and into turn number 1. Now they're going over into turn number 3, and Anton Christensen has joined the back of the train. Top 4 were covered by just under 7 tenths. So a real dogfight is starting to emerge between the top 4. Philip Hansler closing in on towards turn 5 on teammate and countryman Kimi Mai. And then Mi Engström not that far behind in 7th position, as Christopher Melhus battling away with Fredrik Gustafsson from P8. And rounding out the top 10 is Lucas Sorensen in the number 203. Stedup Nielsen looks to be playing the strategy game here, not going all guns blazing quite yet, and then waiting for the opportunity to strike and get through. I would say the same about Finn Albert Jorgensen as well. And considering how strong those 3 drivers are at the front end of the field, they've been the ones that have been the major talking points in this class all weekend long here for the Viking Trophy. And in the meantime, Philip Hansler has lost time to Kimi Mai, who now has a bit of clean air between himself to go chasing after Anton Christensen in 4th position. The leaders now make their way over the crest through turn 5 into turn 6. And Kellerup is making the back end of the number 253 as wide as humanly possible to stop giving any opportunity to William Stedup Nielsen to try and find a way past. So now into turn 10, Finn Albert Jorgensen is also playing that kind of game. He's just holding back in P3. Dives to the inside on William Stedup Nielsen through at turn number 11. Nice move by the 265. But then Stedup Nielsen right in his wheel tracks, going down the start-finish straight into turn number 1. And Stedup Nielsen, 2 laps ago, set the fastest lap of the race. So 1 minute, 0.189. Fast approaching the halfway point of this race. 7.5 minutes to go. And still Kellerup leads. Stedup Nielsen back into P2 ahead of Finn Albert Jorgensen Anton Christensen losing a little bit of time to the top three. He was about half a second behind William Sterup-Nielsen on the last lap being completed. We're now on the business end of lap number 7 as we hit half-time. 7 minutes down, 7 to go, plus an additional lap here in the Junior Rotax Final. It's going to be very, very close because Kellerup is now having to fend off Sterup-Nielsen. There were 68 thousandths apart across the line after lap number 6. Jorgensen has lost a little bit of time. Maybe didn't have enough traction when he put the throttle down going through the final corner at turn 11. But still, all 17 starters are continuing onwards, including Joris Blöcker, who now has ended up down in 17th and last, I'm afraid. And I think, well, with the gantry just off of the P1 Bistro, I think it's just standing room only at the moment. Everyone is just eagle-eyed looking to see what's happening here at the track. But with 6 minutes to go, so hearing that there is a kart that has got a loose rear bumper on one side of it, so someone might get a mechanical black flag very shortly. So it looks like it might be Tim Feldman, 230, that might have a mechanical black flag incoming. I think that's the kart that's just been spotted with the loose rear bumper. Yeah, so that's the right rear of 230. So Tim Feldman from Germany, that is dragging on the floor. So that is a mechanical black flag. And Tim Feldman is going to be the first retiree of this race with 5 minutes to go. So whether there was an incident earlier on, I mean, sometimes if something happens, there is going to be a change. However, for third place, because Finn Albert Jorgensen has just lost out to Anton Christensen that just got through at turn 1. Then Jorgensen managed to keep it on the racing line through into 2 and hold station, but that has lost him time to the race leaders. So Tim Feldman pulls it into pit lane, and that is the Germans' race done and dusted, I'm afraid. Down to 16 runners and riders with 4 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap to go. And the two battling at the front. Kellerup and Sterup-Nielsen embroiled in an inter-team battle for a place at Le Mans this year. And one of the interesting things is that both Kimi Mai and Philip Hansler, that you might say, well, with 4 minutes to go plus an additional lap, they are 2.1 seconds off of, well, between them, around about 2.1, 2.2 seconds off of the race lead. But when those leaders start battling, those gaps are going to shrink. And Kimi Mai finds himself now underneath the 2 second bracket with regards to Kellerup being the race leader. Now, one of the unwritten rules in racing is never, ever come into contact with your teammate. And that's one of the things that Sterup-Nielsen and Kellerup are trying to avoid. They're trying to have a good battle, because they know that both of them want the ticket. But any dramas for either of them, and then all of a sudden that's an open invitation to Finn Albert Jorgensen and Anton Christensen to try and fight for the top step. So just 3 minutes remain, and still the stalemate at the front end of the field between the KSP teammates continue. Andreas Kellerup, who started on the inside of the second row of the grid when we went green over 11 minutes ago, holds on by 68 thousandths of a second. So it's only a matter of time before William Sterup-Nielsen pulls the trigger, puts one past Andreas Kellerup. There's been a moment there for Anton Alexander Herger in the 204 from Germany. Has tumbled down to 15th place. Still some other battles happening, including the 241 of Niklas Bahn Pedersen on the Energy Corsa chassis. Lucas Sorensen and Christopher Melhus. That is going to be for round about 9th position. As now Finn Albert Jorgensen has caught up to the two up front. So Kellerup and Sterup Nielsen, they've got to watch their rear. They've got to watch their rear bumpers, because Finn Albert Jorgensen, with just under 2 minutes to go, has decided now is the time. Here we go. Sterup Nielsen to the inside of Kellerup at turn 1, gets through by a whisker and makes the move complete by the exit of turn number 2. Into turn 3 here on lap number 13. And Jorgensen is with them. It's kind of a guessing game of musical chairs between these three drivers at the front end of the field. So over the dip they go, in towards turn 6. The time is fast running out. So it's going to be dependent on who is willing to put it on the line and go above the limit and beyond. So the leaders make their way through. Finn Albert Jorgensen with a missed attempt on an overtake through into turn number 9 on Andreas Kellerup. This has brought Anton Christensen into play. So we are going to have 2 more laps to go. And look at the gap now between first and second position. It is going to be William Sterup Nielsen leading by 5.5 tenths of a second. That's a big gap at this late point in the race. So the 3 behind have got to close on in. So the leaders making their way through into turn number 4 for the penultimate time. So 20 seconds remain on the timer. Finn Albert Jorgensen dives to the inside of turn 7 on Andreas Kellerup and gets through. That's one move completed. But with the fact that Sterup Nielsen could have an advantage in excess of 7.5 tenths of a second potentially, Finn Albert Jorgensen's decision to go for the move there for P2. As the timer has expired, we have just over 1.3 kilometers left to go, and it's the 237 William Sterup Nielsen, who could have had 3 wins in a row. Finn Albert Jorgensen defending from an outside attack round the outside at turn number 1 by Andreas Kellerup. This is costing them more time. And Anton Christensen might look to get his elbows out, gets blocked by Andreas Kellerup, because now the 3 for second, third and fourth are battling away. That has allowed William Sterup Nielsen to claw off into the distance. And he makes his way through into turn 7 for the final time. Jorgensen is going to defend that second place to the hilt. So just a handful of corners to go. Make that 2 corners now. William Sterup Nielsen started things off with a great run to the line, to the victory in Heat 1. Got disqualified, won the final 2 heats yesterday, and he will become the Junior Rotax RMC Viking Trophy champion after 15 laps, and the winning margin just over 2 seconds ahead of Finn Albert Jorgensen, with Andreas Kellerup, who led for the majority of that race, rounding out the top 3. Anton Christensen, Kimi Mai complete your top 5, covered by just under 3.1 seconds, with Philip Hansler, Mi Engström, Fredrik Gustafsson, Lucas Sorensen and Niklas Pedersen rounding out your top 10. Christopher Melhus, Max Ojeklaus, William Rose Sorensen, Anton Alexander Hergat, Milian Avred Sandvik and Joris Blöcker rounding out your top 16. Unfortunately, on lap 9, Tim Feldman with the loose right rear bumper was given the technical black flag and had to retire from the race. But William Sterup Nielsen victorious here at Vojens in the Junior Max Final.
Now we head to race 24 of the meeting. It is the senior Rotax RMC Viking Trophy Final. Let's take you through the starting grid. On pole position, it's going to be Matthias Kellerup, the older brother of Andreas that we just saw in action in the Junior Rotax Final, who'll be joined by 54 Squadron of Courses driver from Switzerland, Tino Sidler alongside on the front row. Elias Heufeld and Frederick Demant round out row 2, ahead of Christian Sejersen and Nico Christensen rounding out row 3. William Hansen and Benjamin Demant, the brother of Frederick, round out the top 4 rows. Completing the top 10, Malik Arsland and Josephine Wunderov. Simon Anderson, Sinja Ornball, Anton Hansen, Kian Albrechtsen, Velads Lindenskov, Lotus Tveen, Hjalti Riskard, Alfie Litter, Oscar Lundhus Christensen, Anders Bork. They round out your top 20. Completing the 30-strong grid are the following drivers: Rasmus Fenner, Kasper Lill, Malachias Mortensen, Anton Skogen, Thor Fransson from Sweden, Julie Nielsen, Patrick Rasmussen starting all the way down in 27th position, Philip Linder, Matteo Sudjal and Sarah Louise Bay bringing up the rear of the field in 30th. So the drivers are now on their official formation lap. It will be down to Matthias Kellerup and Tino Sidler to control the rolling start here with a total of 15 rows of senior Rotax competitors, 30 drivers ready to go into battle one last time. It's winner take all over the next 14 minutes plus an additional lap here at the Vojens Motorsport Arena here in Denmark. So hold on for the roller coaster because it's about to go to green here in Denmark. Into the tram lines, revs up, lights on, full start has been called. They are going to send them around for another formation lap at this point. So they have another chance to get it right and go to green for this final. Otherwise, we will have another red flag stoppage, which is standard protocol in the rules that have been assigned for the sporting regulations here for the RMC Viking Trophy for 2026. So once again, it is down to Kellerup and Sidler that will need to control the pace. And good to see that there are more than 220 people watching along on the Vojens Motorsport Arena channel. Please don't forget to like, share and subscribe whilst you're at it. So the amber flashing light on the gantry indicating a full start has been rescinded and extinguished. But now here we go again for one last time. Can it be the second time of asking we go green in the Senior Rotax RMC Viking Trophy Final for 2026? Who will triumph and become victorious here in Denmark? Into the tram lines we go, revs up, lights on, and we are underway straight off. Into turn one, Tino Sidler's going to get hung out to dry a little bit here as Elias Heufeld tries to get through at turn number 2. And Sidler now has dropped down to 4th position, but there's been a big moment. Red flag has just been called. Red flag has just been called within the first 18 seconds of the race, and there's a card upside down. So red flag has been called.
And the driver. So red flag has been called. We have got a red flag stoppage and it was called within the first 20 seconds of the race. Driver was upside down, and I think that was Julie Nielsen possibly. And that is, yeah, medical team are on site now with the driver, so we will have a delay here. So the main thing is, driver is currently being attended to. At this moment, we have a red flag stoppage. And when the timer was stopped, it was 13 minutes and 32 seconds, plus an additional lap remaining. We do have a red flag stoppage here in the senior Rotax final. Just to update everybody on the live stream on the Vojens Motorsport Arena YouTube channel, we have had a red flag incident in the senior Rotax final, which was called by event race director Dave Ritson with 18 seconds elapsed. Ambulance is on the circuit just after the exit, halfway between turns 2 and 3. It looks like that it was Julie Nielsen in the 317 that has ended up upside down underneath the cart. We did see carts scattering onto the grass off of the right-hand side to avoid further incidents taking place. So we are under a red flag stoppage at the moment. Medical team plus ambulance are with the driver at the moment. If I'm able to provide you with any updates in the meantime, I will let you know the moment I hear. So the mic will go silent here on the circuit for the live stream. So please bear with us. We are under red flag stoppage, so we are under a delay situation. Thank you for your understanding and your patience.
Okay, after the red flag stoppage, just been informed, it looks like it's going to be 2 karts that are not going to make the start, so we're going to be down to 28 drivers in this one. 317, Julie Nielsen, I understand, is currently on board the ambulance here at the circuit. And also, looks like we've also lost Oscar Lundhus Christensen in the 344, who was one of the very quick drivers yesterday when it came to the racing. And also this morning, along with a few drivers now having to fight their way back up the order. So it will be 28 drivers. So 1 formation lap will be given. The red lights are on the gantry for 14 minutes plus an additional lap on the delayed Senior Rotax RMC Viking Trophy Final here at Vojens Motorsport Arena. So Matthias Kellerup and Tino Sidler on the front row of the grid. They are now in position, but there looks to be a little bit of a few stragglers. They've got to get into formation very, very quickly. Looks like they've done so through the final corner. Here we go again. Full restart. 14 minutes. We are green, 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 and it's underway down into turn 1. Sidler this time tries to edge out Andreas Kellerup. He goes to the outside of turn 1. Has he got through on the race leader? I don't think he has. No, he's lost a few positions because I see a sea of white, green and black, and that is signalling RS competition. So Tino Sidler at this moment in time was at the sharp end of the field. So now they're coming through into turn number 7. What has happened to Tino Sidler? That's the big thing. We've had an incident at turn number 7, one going over the right-hand side of somebody else. So opening lap is completed, and at the minute it is Matthias Kellerup that is leading the way. And, oh, well, it's been a disaster for Tino Sidler. And he has yet to... No, I don't know. I think he's out of the race. Sidler is out of the race itself. So Tino Sidler, who is on the front row of the grid, is no longer part of this battle that we're going to have. First minute and a half has just gone quickly by as the field makes its way through into turn 6 and 7. So at the moment, it's Matthias Kellerup leading from Christian Sejersen. Well, Tino Sidler's timing, well, the timing has changed on Tino Sidler. He's actually put him up into P9. So he has lost 7 spots in the opening few moments of the race. No, I'm not saying it. So we have at the moment a few drivers that are making positions up the order. Sejersen's made up 2 places and has just been passed by Elias Heufeld. Malik Arslan has made up 3 positions from 9th on the grid. Tino Sidler now up into P7 and charging forward. And he is closing in on the 346, Marek Arslan, who is currently in P6 at the moment, but Matthias Kellerup is still leading the way. There's an absolute flood of karts going through, too wide at times, towards the bottom part of the top 10, maybe the top 15, as they head through into turn 9 now. So a few drivers. As someone's gone off the circuit at turn 9 and has kicked up the dirt onto the circuit and has dive bombed up the inside of somebody else. There's been a multi-card incident at turn number 10. Someone's been spun around. And it's really getting a bit feisty out here in the final, as now we've got a new race leader. Elias Heufeld has got through on Matthias Kellerup for the lead of the race. Christian Sejersen right behind them. 3-second time penalty for 3:09. And that is Anton Skogan all the way down outside of the top 20. So 3:73. Anton Hansen might not be taking any further part in the race.
Meantime, the train is lengthy. It's at least 15 to 16 karts and then some. Some 2x2 exchanges coming through out of turn number 7 as the top two have started to make a little bit of a breakaway. So Heufeld versus Kellerup for the lead of the race. Coming up to 4 minutes elapsed. Someone else has gone off at turn 9. So Kellerup trying to stay ahead of Heufeld into turn number 1 here on lap number 5. Another penalty coming in for 309. Well, that was the one from earlier on, Anton Skogen. So Kellerup still holding on, but was only a tenth of a second ahead of Heufeld. Sejersen is trying to catch them up. Sidler's got a little bit of clean air in him, as he's now up into effectively, well, he's trying to get past Frederick Demant, one of the two brothers. And, well, to be honest with you, it is the case of trying to make the best of the situation at present. But the two leaders are pulling away into the distance, make that now the top 3, who last time around were covered by just under 6.5 tenths of a second. So now making their way through out to the final hairpin into turn number 11. So about to complete lap number 5. Kellerup still leads. Heufeld and Sejersen, they're covered by just under 4 tenths. As Frederick Demant and Marek Arslan round out your top 5. The 342 of William Hansen now ahead of Tino Sidler from Switzerland. And Sidler has made it through on the 345. So there have been a lot of changes of position. The 346 of Marek Arslan doing a very, very good job at the moment. And is currently holding on to, I think that's 4th position at the minute. So Malachias Mortensen, who was out of the race, has just received a 5-second time penalty. Sounds like an incident has that the driver was someone else has gone more than just rally crossing. I think they nearly took the joker lap coming out of turn 9 and has ended up tumbling to the bottom of the field as we've got to change a little bit further back. It's the battle for P4. That's going to be William Hansen on Marek Arslan, and Tino Sidler is right behind the two, and he's saying to them, just come on, move, come on, go. Stop holding each other up. Let's just try and catch up with the leaders. And Sidler gets through on Arslan through out of turn number 4. So that is now 5th position for the 54 Squadra Corsa driver from Switzerland. So Hansen now up into 4th place, Sidler 5th. Arslan down to 6th position. So they'll have Frederick Demant not too far behind either. There's going to be a lot of, there's going to be a big gap between 3rd and 4th position. Last time it was the best part of 2 seconds. Possible change for the race lead. Christian Sejersen dives up the inside of Matthias Kellerup and gets through at turn 1 here on lap 8 of the race. And now Tino Sidler has got through on William Hansen for 4th position. And now they're still, oh, this is getting a bit crazy at the front end of the field. And Matthias Kellerup trying to go round the outside of Christian Sejersen. This is giving an opportunity to Elias Heufeld to go side by side, wheel to wheel, through into turn 5 and turn 6, and he's got the job done and up to P2. But whilst the top 3 have started battling, it has allowed the quintet behind, the 5 drivers behind, to start closing, and they're being led by a very highly charged and fired up Tino Sidler right now. And that gap was 1.5 seconds at the end of the previous lap. It's next to nothing now, so this could be the fact that we're going to have 8 karts at the front end of the field with 6 minutes to go. The top 3 covered by 3.5 tenths, the top 4 covered by just under a second, top 8 covered by 1.8 seconds. And Patrick Rasmussen has now come up the order from 27th on the grid, now running 9th ahead of Nico Christensen in the 3.31. And at the moment, the fastest lap of the race is in the hands of the race leader, Christian Sejersen, of a 58.556. But looking at Patrick Rasmussen's times, He did a 59.005 on lap 6, a 59.7 lap 7, and then a 59.3 on lap 8. So the consistency of his pace, I mean, Senior Onbol in the 372 is around about 2.7 seconds up the road. But now there has been some changes. Matthias Keller up down to P3. William Hansen now in 4th, followed by Tino Sidler. Marek Arslan, Sinja Onbol, and then Frederick Demant round out the top 8. And now the gap has expanded. Well, the gap has pretty much stayed the same nigh on. Between Frederick Demant and Patrick Rasmussen, the gap is around about just under 2.3 seconds. We've also had Sweden's Thor Fransson unfortunately retire on lap number 6. 25 drivers still running here at the Senior Rotax Final for the 2026 RMC Viking Trophy. And the top 2, well, it looks like they have started to break away because Matthias Kellerup has been under significant pressure over the last couple of laps. But Sidler now retakes 4th position and might start to charge forward, but it depends on how big the gap is between him and the likes of Sejersen and Heufeld. Heufeld is now 3/4 of a second behind the race leader. Matthias Keller at P3. Tino Sidler about half a second adrift in 4th. Sinja Onbol, she's moved up the field from 12th on the grid to run P5 currently, ahead of William Hansen. Frederick Demant, Marek Arslan, and now the gap between Arslan and Rasmussen in 9th place has dropped down to 1.4 seconds. And Arslan, right, looks like there is a situation. So looks like there might be a drama by the blind spot area just off of turns 5 and 6. Oh, right. Looks like we've got a full course slow being initiated. Full course slow, circuit wide. Race is thereby neutralised. Red flag has just been called. Red flag has just been called with 2 minutes and 50 to go. Second red flag in our Senior Rotax division for the final. So the drivers will have to line up on the start-finish straight. And with 2 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap, we have a red flag situation. There is no accident on track. It's due to other circumstances. So red flag has been called with 2 minutes and 45 seconds plus an additional lap here in the Senior Max Final.
Just to let everybody know on the live stream, we do have a red flag stoppage for the Senior Rotax Final for the RMC Viking Trophy. There is just a discussion behind the scenes whether we are going to be carrying on with this race, which has been very, very exciting to watch. But please bear with us. We will let you know as soon as I have further information that is official and at my disposal to inform you of. Thank you. Okay, I have just been officially informed that the race for the Senior Rotax, we've exceeded 75% distance, 75% of the time. So the race has now been declared as of right now. Obviously, the results were calculated just now, and there has been a discussion between the officials of the event and also the stewards. So we have now declared as the race being completed for the Senior Rotax Final. With regards to that, I think it was Christian Sejersen that did cross the line at 10:57. To be honest with you, we will let you know with the official top three via our social media channels here on the RMC Viking Trophy, but the race in Senior Rotax has been officially declared. Thank you. So, time for our last race of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Viking Trophy here at Vojens Motorsport Arena in Denmark. It is time to take you through our final grid of the weekend. It's the final for the DD2 and the DD2 Masters class. William Norbeek, who has been king of the hill, so to speak, well, probably king of the Danish flat plains here this weekend, starts on pole position. He's got Frederik Kickenborg in the 437 CRG alongside on the front row. Frederik Juhl Sørensen and Julie Fries round out the top two rows, with Camilla Kaus Larsen and Rebecca Ruse Jensen rounding out the grid on DD2. Morten Jensen and Jan Pedersen rounding out the top four, well, the last row, and our two DD2 Masters competitors. 14 minutes plus an additional lap to conclude our racing here. And a big thank you to all the teams, all the drivers, all the mechanics, all the parents and the families that have been here all the way through the weekend. We have got someone, has just pulled off to the left-hand side of the circuit, and that's on the approach to turn 7. So we will find out who that is as they are now going on to the official formation lap. So Norbeek, Kickenberg, they have gone through. I'm wondering, so was that possibly Frederik Juhl Sørensen that might not have made it through? So that might be that the 407, so they are being told to slow heading into turn 5 and 6. So, yep, Jan Pedersen has gone through. So Frederik Juhl Sørensen has not made it. Well, he's made it back into the dummy grid, but there is a problem with the kart. So Frederik Juhl Sørensen, if they can't get that kart fixed in time, it's going to have a major problem, because he's going to really be on the back foot, and he's going to have to hustle that kart around the circuit at breakneck speed. That's not what he wants right now. Oh, they're picking up the kart, and they're seeing if there's a rattle or a rattle of some kind coming from somewhere. So Frederik Juhl Sørensen's chance at an opportunity to go to Le Mans in the middle of July has just ended up being ripped asunder by a technical issue on the kart, and that's on the engine side. Now with these DD2 and DD2 Masters karts, they're 2-speed gearbox-driven Rotax Max Evo engines. There's no traditional chain and sprocket that we would have like in the direct drive classes that have been competing so far. So there is going to have to be a gap where Frederik Juhl Sørensen would have taken up his position on the inside of the second row. For the final time, the red lights are on the gantry here at Vojens Motorsport Arena for race 25. We're set to go green. We're underway in the DD2 and DD2 Masters final. And straight away, William Norbeek cuts across the front with great aggressiveness in front of Frederik Kickenborg to keep the 437 at bay as the field hurtles its way into turn 3 for the first time of asking. And they're coming out of turn 4 as we speak, as Camilla Kaus Larsen has got through on Julie Fries for P3. And that was an early move made by the 408 into turn number 7 for the first time. And yep, looks like, yep, the trolley jack is being brought over to the 407 of Frederik Juhl Sørensen, who is not going to take part in the race. And that is a real shame. Was in contention for the victory in the DD2 class, but unfortunately it's been ripped away from him before he'd even gone and started. So Sørensen out. But in the meantime, William Norbeek leading the way off the opening lap by just over half a second from Frederik Kickenborg, with Julie Fries taking back third position away from Camilla Kaus Larsen. Rebecca Ruse Jensen rounding out the top 5, and that is the 5 runners and riders still around the circuit here at Vojens in the DD2 classification. Morten Jensen and Jan Pedersen, they are the only two in the DD2 Masters classification, but Morten Jensen
has been the top, well, has been the best of the two drivers that have entered this event. So William Norbeek starts to extend his lead by a further 2.5 tenths of a second after the second lap of racing, as we have just under 12 minutes plus an additional lap left to go here in this final race of the weekend. A total of 25 races, 15 heats yesterday, the 5 super heats this morning and the 5 finals this afternoon. Still the gantry off of turn number 2 by the P1 Bistro has still got quite a lot of people watching along. Good to see that there's always an audience for karting. The field now making their way through into turn number 10 here on lap number 3. And Uli Fries is keeping with Frederick Kickenborg in the battle for P2 on the road. So the man in the CRG is getting some welcome pressure from behind. And that is not going to be easy. The 437, as we might see a little bit of slipstreaming here. So Uli Fries on the move in the 438 entry. Now, bearing in mind, she started in 4th. She did have, and she there's a little bit of frustration showing, like say, right, okay, I'm going to get you one of these days, Frederick. And there is an opportunity for that to happen. If Kickenborg makes a mistake, Fries is going to be past him with no second hesitation required at all. But this is allowing William Norbeek to pull away into the distance. And seen him, well, commentated on him in other competitions over in, well, a little bit further down south in continental Europe. And he is a very, very quick young DD2 driver who is also exciting to watch at the same time, especially when he's got a lot of competition around him. But we've got 4 minutes down, 10 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Uli Fries again putting the pressure on Frederick Kickenborg, and I'm waiting to see if there's going to be an opportunity. She is going to go side by side out of turn number 3. But Kickenborg able to get the traction down using the outside part of the exit to propel the CRG number 437 forward. But that is not going to stop Uli Fries to try and get through. She's going to dive to the inside at turn 7, and that is second place for the 438 from One Racing. Textbook, wait for it, wait for the opportunity, and a great clean move was made. Now I'm wondering if there's also going to be another person that might join this battle for second position, because Camilla Karls Larsen in the 408 has also been racing, well, has been doing a great job behind the wheel. 2 laps, well, on lap 4, she posted her fastest lap of the race, a 57.661. And in terms of that, she was about 67 thousandths, well, yeah, 0.067 of a second quicker than the person in front of her. Now Uli Fries is pulling away from Frederick Kickenborg. So an interesting development, and when it's winner take all in the final, sometimes there's that little carrot that's dangled in front of people as if to say, right, the points don't mean anything anymore. This is your one chance, your one opportunity to go for it. So we're about 1 minute and 20 away from half-time in this last race of the weekend. Norbeek's lead now expands to just under 2.4 seconds here on lap number 6 as we start lap 7 around this circuit. And Camilla Karls Larsen is trying to close that gap between herself and Frederick Kickenborg, who rounds out the top 3. It's a second between them at the moment, as the top 4 now make their way through out of turn number 7. So may the gap shrink possibly between third and fourth, between Kickenborg and Klaus Larsen. We're about to find out as we complete lap number 7. William Norbeek leads, and his lead is still around about 2.4 seconds. And Camilla Klaus Larsen is losing ground to Frederick Kickenborg, who in turn is running the best part of nearly 0.2 of a second slower than Uli Freis in P2. So all 7 drivers that were able to make it to the start, unfortunately for Fredrik Sorensen, are still circulating. That even includes Jan Pedersen in number 532. But developments incoming. Frederick Kickenborg trying to pick up the pace and has got to about half a second away from Uli Freis in the 438, who's moved her way up from 4th, now runs 2nd with 6 minutes to go as we're on to lap number 9. Morten Jensen continues to lead the DD2 Masters classification. So we now go to double digits, and William Norbeek leads now by nearly 3 seconds. I think if Fredrik Sorensen had a kart that was fully operational and compliant, he would have been out there and racing with the 418. But Uli Freis is actually lapping quicker. Well, out of the last 3 laps she's done, her last lap time was a 57.482. Frederick Kickenborg, 57.771. That was on lap 9. Lap 8, it was in the favour of the latter, who did a 57.757. Freis did a 57.854. And then both drivers did their personal best, which was a 57.456 on lap 7 by Uli Freis. Frederick Kickenborg, I'm wondering if that CRG is struggling on its tyres, because obviously the drivers have had to use Parc Fermé conditioned tyres all the way from time qualifying through the heats and through the super heats and the finals. So the thing is that we've had wonderful sunshine all the way through the afternoon here at Vojens. So whether Uli Freis has been able to switch on her tyres that little bit earlier, and it's still keeping them in the optimum window, because she's just taken another 0.2 of advantage. So the gap between 2nd and 3rd is now a second in its own right. So on to lap number 12 we go. Norbeek pretty much on cruise control at the moment, folks. Let's be completely honest about that one. And Uli Freis has gone quicker again than Frederick Kickenborg, and the gap now is just coming up to 1.2 seconds between the 438 and the 437. But the time is counting down slowly but surely. And William Norbeek has very much been the cream of the crop in terms of the particular field that we've got, and he has done nothing apart from not put a foot wrong whatsoever. He's just kept the racehorse blinkers on, carried on with the task at hand, which is start from pole position, lead the field,
pull away and check out. And that's exactly what he's done on every single heat yesterday. The Super Heat this morning, and also now the final this afternoon, despite the very high blustery conditions we've got here at Vojens Motorsport Arena, which has been pretty much around all day. There's a lot of blustering wind during the night as well. So windows that were open would have been rattling away like nobody's business. But nevertheless, the drivers have still gotten in the race seat and gone out there and pounded the tarmac. And that's one of the things that you have to appreciate from these drivers. They risk themselves every single time they get behind the wheel. And obviously today, earlier on, we did see that can unfortunately happen. But that is part and parcel of motorsport itself in general. So coming up to 3 laps remaining. William Norbeek goes on to lap 14. Julie Fries 3.4 seconds behind, and now she's nearly 2 seconds ahead of Fredrik Kickenborg in the number 437. Camilla Karls-Larsen rounds out 4th ahead of Rebecca Roos Jensen, who's just crossed the line. And Morten Jensen continues on his merry way as the leader in the DD2 side of things when it comes to the Masters division. And then Jan Pedersen crosses the line now and is 33.3 seconds behind our race leader. So coming up, 2 more laps to go here in the inaugural running of the RMC Viking Trophy. Norbeek comes out of the final corner at turn number 11, puts the pedal to the metal, across the line. So 16 laps set to be completed. The gap stays at around about the 3.4 second mark between first and second position. William Norbeek leading Julie Fries versus Fredrik Kickenborg, who is now pretty much 2 seconds behind the 438. So next time around, it will be the final lap board, not just of this race, our 25th race, but it will be the last lap board of the meeting. But the last lap board of the weekend is out, and William Norbeek goes on to the 16th and final lap in this DD2 and DD2 Masters final. His lead nearly 3.5 seconds, with Fredrik Kickenborg, Camilla Karls-Larsen rounding out your top 4. Rebecca Roos Jensen is in 5th, and then we wait for our DD2 Masters drivers. Morten Jensen about to cross the stripe and start his last lap of the weekend. Well, what can you say about William Norbeek? Textbook drive all weekend long, pole position. Winner of all heats, including the Super Heat this morning, and now is just a handful of corners away to booking his place to the International Trophy this coming mid-July at Le Mans International in France in the Pays de la Loire. Norbeek dominant all weekend out of the final corner. He becomes the Viking Trophy champion in 2026 in DD2. Julie Fries will hit the runner-up step after a great drive here in the final, with P3 going to Fredrik Kickenborg. Camilla Karls-Larsen rounds out the top 4. Rebecca Roos Jensen now makes her way out of the final chicane and will cross the line as the last classified runner in the DD2 side of things. But we wait with bated breath because our final Viking Trophy champion, it goes the way of the 543. Morten Jensen wins in Masters here at Vojens and takes the checkered flag nearly 29 seconds behind William Norbeek. And Jan Pedersen will be the last of our classified runners across the line, takes the checkered flag and finishes runner-up in the division. Well, what can you say about that? William Norbeek takes the victory in the DD2 and DD2 Masters combined race, and an average speed of just over 87.5 kilometers an hour, following on from 22.4 kilometers of racing. So the 418 from Denmark, representing RS competition, is your winner and books his place to Le Mans this mid-July. Julie Fries
And Frederick Kickenborg rounds out your top 3 in the DD2 classification. Camilla Karls Larsen and Rebecca Rose Jensen rounding out the top 5. Morten Jensen on the gold chassis in the 543, victorious in Masters, ahead of Jan Pedersen. And unfortunately for Frederick Jules Sorensen, it's what could have been here in the DD2 and DD2 Masters Final. Well, firstly, a big thank you to everyone behind the scenes that has made this work. We'd like to thank our sponsors and partners, Pokal Denmark, the Haderslev Kommune, Go-Kart Denmark, Vojens Motorsport Arena, also DASU, which is the Danish ASN for the FIA. We also have to say a big thank you to the team, to Camp Company GmbH, led by Mike Wagner and his crew, who have provided race control, live timing, live streaming, and also a certain crazy race director downstairs. Happy Easter, Dave. Also, a big thank you to all the teams, all the drivers, all the team from Go-Kart Denmark, Rotax Racing Denmark. We want to say a big thank you also to Rotax themselves, who have been involved in helping to organise and publicise this event. We'd like to thank Vojens Motorsport Arena for hosting this event, and to also all the marshals on track, our medical team, scrutineering, Park Ferme, Tyre Bay, all the teams, all the drivers, all the mechanics, all the family members, and all the people that I've actually seen on the banking outside that might have just come in and thought, oh, we can hear go-karts, we'll come and watch. So they've come in and enjoyed their day. So on behalf of everybody here at Vojens Motorsport Arena, my name's Alex Goldschmidt. Thank you so much for tuning in, and all the very, very best of luck to everybody that's been competing here this weekend in your forthcoming campaigns on the path to Portimao for this year's Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, which now has a new date, the 7th to the 14th of November at the Cartódromo Internacional do Algarve. Until then, have a great remaining evening or afternoon, wherever you are in the world, on Easter Sunday. So thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Goodbye. Finito. I'm not going. No, I'm going to Portimao next week. I'm not going to Portimao for the Grand.